Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Inferno Qurik and fell for Fuyumi? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Blaze of Glory by Luis CJ 888. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Aldera Junior High School. Well, all of you are already third-year students. It is time for you to start thinking seriously about your future. The teacher told his students. Normally I would give you a career guidance questionnaire. But the truth is that all of you want to become heroes, right? The teacher said. Hell yeah. One student said. Do you doubt it, sensei? Another one said. Speaking of which, Midoriya, you're planning on entering UA, aren't you? The teacher asked. Silence fills the classroom. A boy with messy green hair raises his head to see his teacher. This boy is Izuku Midoriya. His appearance is the same as the canonical one, only this Izuku has an athletic build. Yeah. UA is the best hero school in Japan, so that is obviously the best option, Izuku said. Midoriya in UA, well, it makes sense. Of all of us he has the best chance. Yes, but I heard that it has a low acceptance rate. Well, I took the simulation test and managed to pass it, so I have a chance to enter. Also, if I don't make it, there are other hero schools, Izuku said. I think it will be easy for you, you are the best of all of us. Yes, if anyone were to become the first Aldera student to enter UA, it would be you. Thanks for your support, Izuku said. You know that we all support you here, Izuku. The teacher said. Anyway, let's continue with classes. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinshu Jingai, Amananoke Matai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yodoshi, Ato wa Papara Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjin. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yoseru Katai Fubiodo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daijo hai nichijo ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshinbayadu ni batsu kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Naite Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Dana Kao Sherba e ka Wakateru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotate Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo Harati Yami wo Harati. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratara Ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjuzan. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaregoto Nado wa Hakasudaiktu. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mada Tominade. Kaoruko creates several bubbles. Mada Tominade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Satoku Urumaki ni Umareshi Kono Shotai wo Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Noroarita boku no mirai wo suzu shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Koronde. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Isshin wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Classes have finished for the day and Izuku finishes putting away his things when several of his classmates approach him. "Hey Midoriya. Do you want to come with us to the arcade?" One of his classmates asked. "You still owe us yesterday's rematch." "I'm sorry but I have things to do today. What do you think about tomorrow?" Izuku said. "Sure." His classmate said. "Izuku, would you like to go eat something with us?" a girl asked him. "I appreciate the offer, but as I said, I have some things to do," Izuku said. "I see, another time. I guess," the girl said. "Sure," Izuku said to grab his backpack and leave the classroom. Izuku walks calmly in the streets, enjoying the day. It is not a very hot day, but it is not cold either. He stops at a crosswalk to wait for the traffic light to change, and then an older woman stops too. She is carrying several bags, probably her purchases. "Do you need help with your bags, ma'am?" Izuku asked. "If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it if you could help me with the bags," the old lady said. "Of course not. I'm here to help," Izuku said as he took the bags and, when the traffic light indicated that they could cross the street, he accompanied the woman to her house. "Thank you. I'm glad to know that there are still young people like you these days," the woman said and then entered her house. Izuku waves at her. Izuku smiles and nods to himself. Without anything else to do he continues on his way home. Midoriya household. "I'm home," Izuku said as he entered his house. "Welcome home, Izuku," his mother, Inko Midoriya said with a smile. Inko is a slim woman. She, like Izuku, has large and circular eyes. Her hair and eyes are also green, but in a slightly darker shade than her son's. Her hair is straight and shoulder length, with a small and spiky ponytail at the back. "Hi Mom," Izuku said. "How was your day?" "Pretty good, thanks for asking," Inko said. "And how about yours?" "It was good. Some friends invited me to the arcade again, but I can't today," Izuku said. "And some girls asked me to go eat with them." "Wow Izuku, I didn't know you were such a Casanova," Inko said. "Come on Mom. It's not like that. I don't know what they see in me. I'm just a normal guy," Izuku said. "That's what you say," Inko said. "Anyway, I also helped an old lady with her shopping bags and escort her home," Izuku said. Inko smiles. "That's my boy," she said proudly. "The food is ready, can you go get her please?" "Sure," Izuku said to enter his house and stand in front of a door with a sign with the name, Izumi, on it. Izuku knocks on the door. "Izumi. Mom says food is ready, come eat." A noise is heard on the other side of the door, as if several things were falling. After a few seconds the door opens revealing a girl with green hair. This girl is Izuku's younger sister, Izumi Midoriya. Izumi looks quite similar to her brother. They both have the same hairstyle and color, with Izumi's being slightly lighter than Izuku's. Izumi is currently 7 years old. "You're back," Izumi said hugging her brother. "You say it like I've been gone for a long time," Izuku said. "Now let's eat, I'm hungry." "Yes," Izumi said as she follows her brother. The family sits at the table and begins to eat. "So, Izumi, tell me how was today?" Izuku asked. "It was good. Some guys tried to bother me but Kachan scared them away," Izumi said. "I'm glad the talk I had with Katsuki worked," Izuku said. "I mean, it's not that he's super nice to me, but at least he doesn't bother me and protects me from others," Izumi said. Good. Izuku said as he remembers all the problems he had to deal with Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo is the son of Inko's friend Mitsuki Bakugo. He is the same age as Izumi. At first Katsuki and Izumi were good friends, but everything changed when Katsuki obtained his quirk and Izumi was diagnosed as quirkless. Apparently Izumi's classmates started bullying her because of her situation, including Katsuki. When this reached Izuku's ears he intervened. The children tried to attack him, but he easily kicked everyone's ass. After that day Izuku talked to Katsuki, more like threatened him, and after that day Katsuki made sure that no one hurt or bullied Izumi. After finishing eating Izuku changes into his training clothes. I'll back in a moment, Izuku said. Be careful, okay, Inko said. Don't worry, I'll be, Izuku said. Oni-chan, Izumi said. Let me go with you. Izuku pats Izumi's head. I'm sorry Izumi, but not this time. Izuku said. The UA entrance exam is close and I need to train. Oh, Izumi said. Come on, don't be sad. In a few years you will also be in my position, Izuku said. Right, Izumi said. Izuku smiles and then leaves his house. Izuku arrives at Dagoba Beach. Lately this beach has seen a lot of people littering. Izuku has tried to keep it clean by picking up the trash, although he is only one person and the people littering increases. The good thing about this is that picking up trash helps you train in a quite peculiar way. However, today is not a physical training day. Izuku takes out his headphones, which are Endeavor themed, from his backpack and puts them on. After playing a song, Izuku closes his eyes and begins to breathe slowly, extending his arms. 2 fireballs appear between his hands. Izuku opens his eyes and throws the 2 fireballs at 2 pieces of trash, then jumps and throws 2 more. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Inferno. Inferno allows the user to generate and manipulate flames from their body. Inferno is more powerful than normal fire quirks because the temperature of the flames generated is higher. While Inferno doesn't provide the user with immunity against fire, except for the fire generated by the quirk itself, it does give the user the power to tolerate high temperatures as well as greater resistance to fire, making it more difficult to cause fire burns to the user. After a few hours of training, Izuku sits down on a bench to drink some water. I'm already getting the hang of this, he thought. Izuku puts his things away so he can go home, but as soon as he starts to leave, a scene catches his attention. Sensoji, how many times do I have to tell you? A girl with white hair with several red streaks said to a boy. I'm not interested. Said girl wears the typical female school outfit and glasses. The boy, now identified as Sensoji, is a large, bulky man, possessing defined muscles and wide shoulders. He has a sharp eyes and no eyebrows, a pointy nose, as well as a prominently large, square jaw. His hair has sideburns and short for the most part, except in the nape area, where his hair is a bit longer, and a pointy pompadour. Come on, don't be like that, Sensoji said. I'm going to become a hero, so you might as well go out with me. First of all, you haven't entered any hero school yet. Second, I'm still not interested. The girl said. So please, stop. Come on, you won't regret it, Sensoji said. Yes, listen to the boss, another of the guys said. Don't play hard to get, the third one said. I think that's enough, Izuku said. Huh, Sensoji said. Listen buddy, it's obvious the girl isn't interested, Izuku said. Rejection can hurt but it happens. Huh, do you think you are very brave? Sensoji said. I'll show you what happens when you go where you're not called. Sensoji, please, the girl said. I'm sorry, but this guy needs to be taught some manners, Sensoji said. Yeah boss, show him his mistake. This will teach you to go where you are not called, Sensoji said as he tried to hit Izuku. A few seconds later. This is pathetic, Izuku said as he looks at Sensoji on the ground with a black eye. It only took one blow for Izuku to knock down Sensoji. Boss, are you okay? Bastard, Sensoji said while touching his black eye. Please, stop it. You are only humiliating yourself, Izuku said. You're lucky. I have other things to do, Sensoji said as he gets up from the ground. Let's go. Sensoji leaves. but his lackeys stay to try to intimidate Izuku. You're lucky the boss is someone busy. Yeah, pray the boss doesn't see you again. Izuku raises an eyebrow and feints to hit the two lackeys so that they cower and leave. Izuku shakes his head and then looks at the girl. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, thank you. The girl said. Who are those guys? Izuku asked. They are classmates of mine. They are not bad people as such, it's just that the fact that they want to be heroes went to their heads, the girl said. I know what you're talking about. Some of my classmates used to be like them, but I managed to teach them a lesson in humility and now they are my friends. Izuku said. Anyway. I hadn't seen you before and I usually come here quite often. Are you from around here? Yes, I'm from Shizuoka. The girl said. Wow, what a coincidence. Me too. Izuku said. It's nice to meet someone from Shizuoka. Izuku offers the girl a handshake and she returns it with a smile. Same here, she said. I'm Fuyumi Todoroki by the way. Nice to meet you Fuyumi-chan, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said. Fuyumi blushes slightly. And nice to meet you, Fuyumi said while taking some bags. Thanks for the help. No need to thank, Izuku said. Do you need help with that? Well, I don't want to be a bother, Fuyumi said. I can handle it alone. It's not a bother, I'm happy to help people, Izuku said taking some of the bags that Fuyumi is carrying. So, where to? Thanks, Fuyumi said. I live near Musudafu. Oh, she lives near Ua, Izuku thought. Lead the way. They both start their way. Along the way they both talk to get to know each other a little more. So Izuku-kun. Any plans for the future? Fuyumi asked. I'm trying to be a hero. I plan to enter Ua, Izuku said. Oh yeah, Fuyumi said. For someone who wants to be a hero, you are not arrogant at all. Thanks, Izuku said. I guess my mother raised me well. I can see that, Fuyumi said. And what about you? Izuku asked. Any plans for the future? For my part, I plan to become an elementary school teacher, Fuyumi said. Although many of my classmates say that I should be a hero, although I think that is only because of my father. Your father? Izuku said. Wait, Todoroki, are you Endeavor's daughter? Yeah, Fuyumi said, although not with much enthusiasm. I see why people say that, Izuku said. But just because he is your father doesn't mean you have to be like him, right? Fuyumi is surprised by these words. Yeah, I think, she said. It's not like I could even if I wanted to. Dad was very clear about that. Izuku smiles at her. Everyone follows their own path. Izuku said. Your family doesn't have to define what you want to be. Fuyumi looks at Izuku and then smiles. Yes, you're right, she said. They both continue walking until they finally reach Fuyumi's house. We have arrived, thank you very much, Fuyumi said as Izuku hands her the bags. No problems, like I said, I'm happy to help, Izuku said. Fuyumi smiles and was about to say something else to Izuku but the sound of the door opening catches both of their attention. Fuyumi, why did it take you so long? At the door stands Endeavor, Japan's number 2 hero. Enji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor, is a tall, sturdily built man with a very muscular physique. He has short crimson hair, which he wears spiked up around his head, and sharp turquoise eyes. His beard and mustache appear to be made of fire, but when he voluntarily turns off the flames on his face, a slight amount of stubble shows around his jaw. Father, Fuyumi said. Endeavor ignores his daughter and instead his gaze falls on Izuku. Who are you? Well, Izuku tried to respond but Endeavor's look and attitude intimidated him a little. He helped me get away from some guys who were harassing me, Fuyumi quickly said. Then he offered to help me carry the shopping bags. Is that so? Endeavor said without taking his eyes off Izuku. After a few seconds Endeavor simply turns around and enters his house. Whatever. Get in the house, Fuyumi, he said. All right, Fuyumi said. Well, it was nice meeting you Izuku. Yes, oh that's right, before I forget. Izuku said as he took out a notebook from his backpack, wrote something on a piece of paper and tore off a piece. It's my phone number. I mean, in case you want to talk or send me a message. Fuyumi takes the piece of paper that Izuku gave her. Thank you, Fuyumi said and then took Izuku's notebook and wrote her number on it. This is my number. Thanks. Well, I guess I should go now, Izuku said. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, same here, Fuyumi said. Izuku looks towards the door of the house. Endeavor continues to watch him. Of course it has been an honor to meet you, Endeavor, Izuku quickly said. I look up to you. And I'm training to become a hero like you. This makes Endeavor raise an eyebrow and then approach Izuku. A hero like me, he asked. Why? It's unusual to hear that. Everyone always wants to be like that idiot All Might. I'm not saying that I dislike All Might or anything like that. Please, it's All Might, Izuku said. But my quirk is quite similar to yours, so I took you as a role model. I mean, you are the hero with the most solved cases after all. Endeavor raises an eyebrow at this. You say your quirk is similar to mine. Tell me about it, Endeavor said. Well, my quirk is called Inferno. In essence it can do the same thing as yours, only the doctors say that my flames are hotter than normal flames, Izuku said. I see, Endeavor said. You look the same age as my daughter. I guess you're about 14 years old, right? Yeah, although in a few months I will be 15, Izuku said. What school do you plan to enter? Endeavor asked. Of course, Izuku said. I see, Endeavor said. That's all, you can go, and thank you for helping my daughter. I don't need you to thank me, sir, Izuku said. It has been an honor to meet you. Without further ado, Izuku leaves. Endeavor closes the door to his house and then looks at his daughter. Is he your friend? He asked. Yeah, Fuyumi said with some hesitation, not because she doesn't want to be friends with Izuku, that boy seems to be a good person, but because she is afraid of what her father will say. Endeavor thinks for a moment. Good, keep being his friend, Endeavor said and then left his stunned daughter. That boy's quirk is similar to mine and Fuyumi inherited her mother's quirk. Endeavor smiles. Now I have a new plan if Shoto fails. It has been several months since Izuku met Fuyumi, and therefore Endeavor, and now there is only 1 month left until the UA entrance exam. Izuku still remembers his sister's reaction when he told her that he met Endeavor. Flashback. You met Endeavor, Izumi said. Yes. Izuku said. That's great. You met the number 2 hero, Izumi said. And it seems that I will finally have a daughter-in-law, Inko said. Mother, please don't start, Izuku said. I only met Fuyumi-chan today. And you're already calling her by her first name, you're moving fast, Inko said. Why do I even try? Izuku said, knowing that the more he says, the more his mother will be able to tease him. Oni-chan, tell me you got his autograph, Izumi said. I kind of forgot, Izuku said. Having his girlfriend by his side he would obviously forget that, Inko said. At this point Izuku decided to ignore his mother's words. Sorry, the truth is Endeavor even more intimidating in person, Izuku said. Oh, well, the next time you see him, don't forget it, Izumi said. I highly doubt I'll run into him again, but, okay. Flashback end, Izuku is training on Dagoba as usual. I think this will be enough for the entrance exam, Izuku thought as he turned off his music on his headphones and went to the bench where his backpack was. This beach will never stop being dirty. That's a shame. Izuku takes his backpack and is about to leave, but a voice stops him. I finally find you. Izuku looks at who said that, and to his surprise Endeavor is the one who spoke to him. Next to him is Fuyumi too. I wanted to talk to you. Endeavor, Blaze of Glory opening, song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Katan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Hyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yosaru katai fubuto na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Onshin budo ni batsu kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru kyoku boku ni ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nato nai kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de night night. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao serba I ka wakaru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kodit kur yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harit yami wo harit. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga oratera ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai shite mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Konjsen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table, behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto nato wa hakisuit iktu. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonide. Kauruko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonide. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare yori mo satoku urumaki ni yumareshi kono shoutai wo ima wa tada noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwar at a boku no mirai wo suzu shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korant. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru kono ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Endeavor. Izuku said. What is someone like you doing here? Like I said, I want to talk to you. Endeavor said. Hi Izuku. Fuyumi said. Fuyumi-chan. Izuku said and then smiled. Hi. You told me that you want to be a hero like me, didn't you? Endeavor asked. Why yes sir. Izuku said. You said your quirk, Inferno, is similar to mine, only the flames are hotter, right? Endeavor asked. That's what the doctor said, that my flames are naturally hotter than normal ones, Izuku said. Endeavor stops to think for a moment. Show me your skills. What? Izuku said. What you heard. I want you to show me your skills. Endeavor said as he takes off his jacket, leaving him in his white tank top. I want to see what you're capable of and, if you impress me, I might help you train. Are you sure about this? Izuku asked. Yes. Endeavor at the moment of lighting his fire. Izuku swallows nervously and nods. Okay, Izuku lets Fuyumi take his backpack and he stands in front of Endeavor, both on the beach in the middle of several broken appliances. One more thing, Endeavor said and then smiled. Don't hold back. Izuku gets serious and sets his arms on fire. If I must impress you, holding back is not an option, he said before attacking Endeavor. Izuku attacks Endeavor with a burst of fire, but he easily destroys it by hitting it with his fire fist. The power is good and this fire is definitely hotter than mine, Endeavor thought. Izuku takes advantage of the smoke generated by the impact to approach Endeavor and try to hit him with a fire punch. However, Endeavor catches his fist easily and hits him with a knee to his stomach. Izuku falls to the ground after receiving the blow. That was an easy blow. Don't tell me it's that easy to defeat you, Endeavor said. Of course not, Izuku said to make an impulsive jump with his fire and attack Endeavor with a kick. Endeavor easily blocks the kick, but Izuku takes advantage of the proximity to attack Endeavor with a flash shot from close range. Izuku takes advantage of the fact that Endeavor was disoriented by the attack to jump back and create 3 fireballs in his hand which begin to spin so fast that it seems that Izuku has a disc of fire in his hand. Red Storm. Izuku launches the 3 fireballs that shoot at high speed at Endeavor. Seeing this, Endeavor smiles. Not bad. Endeavor quickly gathers fire in his hand and fires it, destroying Izuku's fireballs. But that's not enough. Endeavor creates a fire arrow and throws it at Izuku's feet. When it hits the ground, it creates a pillar of fire which knocks Izuku down. I wasn't expecting that, Izuku said to himself before standing up. Is that all you got? Endeavor asked. Nah, I'm just getting started, Izuku said as he surrounds his body with fire and charges at Endeavor at high speed. Endeavor widens his eyes in surprise when he sees Izuku suddenly appear in front of him. Luckily, thanks to his experience as a hero, Endeavor is able to dodge Izuku's blow and knock him down with a blow to the face. This time Izuku doesn't get up immediately and instead just stares at the sky. Okay, that's all I got, he said before standing up. So that's all, Endeavor said. I admit it, you have potential. Really? Izuku said excited. Yes. Endeavor said. Yes, this could work, although for now I will only help him improve his own skills. If he proves capable, I will start teaching him my own techniques. Cool. Endeavor says I have potential, Izuku said. Indeed, I would like to help you in your training for UA, Endeavor said. Really? Izuku asked. Yes. Endeavor said. You can even use the gym at my house. It's definitely better than training in this dump. Thanks, but I prefer to train here, Izuku said. And why is that? Endeavor asked. This place used to be very beautiful. My mother used to bring me here when I was younger. Unfortunately, people didn't think so and started using this place as a garbage dump, Izuku said. So I made it my mission to try to fix this site. And with that I also train. That's very noble of you, but Fuyumi joined the conversation. I don't see how cleaning the place helps you train. No. He's right, Endeavor said. The different objects here and the different ways of carrying them can help your body physically. Others can serve as target practice for shooting practice. Exactly. I train and help the community at the same time, Izuku said. For me it's a double prize. Endeavor observes the place. In that case you don't mind if I join? Not at all, Izuku said. Perfect. Then let's start the training, Endeavor said. Fuyumi, you can go back home if you want. Actually, Fuyumi said as she walks over to a pile of trash and takes some of it in her hands. I would also like to help. Maybe I can't with the largest objects, but I can help with the small and light ones. Any help is useful, Izuku said. If that's what you want, fine by me, Endeavor said while carrying a refrigerator. The hours passed and dusk has arrived and Izuku has finished his training for today. I guess you don't train every day, Endeavor said. No, I also have to do my schoolwork. After all, to enter UA it takes more than having a powerful quirk, Izuku said. Well said, Endeavor said. You have Fuyumi's contact. Keep talking to her so she can tell me when you are available to train. I will, Izuku said. Perfect, in that case I'll leave, Endeavor said. Let's go, Fuyumi. All right, Fuyumi said. It was good to see you again, Izuku. Likewise, Izuku said, but in that he remembers something. Wait, Endeavor. Endeavor turns to look at him while Izuku takes a notebook out of his backpack. Could you give me your autograph? Izuku said. My autograph? Endeavor asked. Yes, it's for my little sister, Izuku said. She is a big fan of heroes and asked me if I see you again to ask for an autograph for her. I see, Endeavor said as he takes the notebook. What her name? Izumi Midoriya, Izuku said. Endeavor quickly signs the notebook and hands it to Izuku. Here you go, he said. I have to do what it takes to be on his good side, he is someone I can use to complete my goal. Thanks, Izuku said. Sure, Endeavor said and then turned around and started to leave. Let's go Fuyumi. Yes, Fuyumi said following her father. Goodbye Izuku, good luck on your training. Thanks, Izuku said. Well, I guess I should go too. With nothing else to do, Izuku decides to return home. Midoriya household, I'm home, Izuku said as he entered his house. Welcome home, Izuku, Inko said. Welcome home Oni-chan, Izumi said. Hey Izumi, I have a gift for you, Izuku said while handing Izumi the notebook that Endeavor signed. Izumi looks at the notebook and opens it and is then surprised to see Endeavor's autograph on the first page. It's Endeavor's autograph, Izumi said excitedly. I was lucky enough to run into him again so I asked him what you asked me for, Izuku said. Thank you, Izumi said. Izuku pats his sister's head. You know I would do anything for you, Izuku said. So you crossed paths with Endeavor again, Inko said. Tell me. Was Fuyumi with him? Actually yes, Izuku said. And I already told you, we're just friends. Sure, Inko said. Anyway, the best thing of all is that Endeavor said he would help me train, Izuku said. That's so cool, Izumi said. Now I will be more ready than ever to enter UA, Izuku said. You have our full support, Inko said. After this, the rest of the day was calm, except for Izuku who couldn't wait to train with Endeavor. After all this, Izuku's routine changed a little. After his normal classes and after eating he headed to Dagoba, the agreement being that he would train from Monday to Friday with Endeavor and on the weekends he would use them to rest. Increase the temperature, Endeavor orders. Yes, Izuku said as he does as indicated, increasing the temperature of his flames. This is harder than it seems. It doesn't matter, to be a hero you must always give your best, Endeavor said. To get to the top you need to be the best. Right, Izuku said as he starts to produce more flames. However, after a few seconds the flames are extinguished and Izuku falls to his knees to the ground. I think I'm overheating. Then find a way to cool down or distribute heat away from your body, Endeavor said. Actually, Izuku said as he gets up and goes to his backpack to take out a notebook. I had already thought about it, designing my hero suit to be able to distribute heat away from my body. Izuku hands his notebook to Endeavor and he looks through it. Interesting, yes, this can work, Endeavor said. I see that you designed your suit as a compliment to you rather than a simple accessory to look good. Yes, my training has not only helped me become stronger, but also to know the strengths and weaknesses of my quirk, Izuku said. I designed my suit to maximize my strengths and minimize my weaknesses. I can see that. You impress me, good job, Endeavor said. Maybe I'll take a few ideas from here and implement them in my suit. Just then Fuyumi arrives with some bento with food. Hi, I brought some food, Fuyumi said. Oh, yes, thank you, Endeavor said while taking one of the bento. I also brought one for you, Izuku, Fuyumi said. I could eat something, yes, Izuku said while taking the bento. Thank you, Fuyumi-chan. Won't you eat anything? Don't worry, I ate before coming here, Fuyumi said. After all, I am the one who takes care of the food at home. Oh, Izuku said as he sits on a bench to eat. Fuyumi sits next to him, all while Endeavor watches them. Now that I think about it, I never asked you if you have any brothers. In fact, yes, I have two younger brothers, Natsuo who is 3 years younger than me and Shoto who just turned 7 years old, Fuyumi said. Wow, the same age as my younger sister, Izumi, Izuku said. It would be nice to introduce them to each other, don't you think? It wouldn't be a bad idea, Fuyumi said. Shoto has not had an ideal childhood, so to speak, it would be good for him to meet people his age. I see, delicate topic, I won't investigate, Izuku said. For Izumi it would also be good, she hasn't had a great childhood either, she was born quirkless and, you can imagine how her classmates treated her when they found out that. How horrible, It must have been difficult for her. Fuyumi said. Luckily she has me. As soon as I found out that she was being bullied I took it upon myself to teach those kids a lesson. Izuku said. You know, it is the duty of an older sibling to protect the younger sibling, don't you agree? Fuyumi gets a little uncomfortable and quickly composes herself without Izuku noticing. Yes, you're right. Fuyumi said. Izuku tries the bento food. This is so good, Izuku said while eating. Thank you. I really like cooking, it relieves me of stress from everyday life. Fuyumi said. In my house it's just Dad, my 2 brothers and me, and since Dad is busy with his hero work, I'm the one who takes care of the food and stuff. That's great. In my case I live only with my mom and my younger sister. Dad works abroad so Mom is the one who takes care of those things. Izuku said. I help her in any way I can but lately with school, training and studying for UA I have less time. I think it's good that you try to help, it shows how well you were educated, Fuyumi said. Thank you, you too, you take care of many things in your house. Izuku said. You can do things that I'm not that good at, for example, I'm not that good at cooking, I know how to cook the basics but nothing more apart from that. Well, I guess everyone is good at different things, Fuyumi said. You're right about that, Izuku said. Izuku and Fuyumi continue chatting, all while Endeavor watches them subtly. That's it, keep it up Fuyumi. Endeavor smiles. Help me achieve my goal if Shoto fails me. After eating a little and regaining energy, the training continues, the days pass until the day of the entrance exam arrives. Izuku gets up early, he can't hold back the excitement. The day has come, I can't afford to fail, Izuku thought while eating breakfast with his mother and younger sister. I know you're excited, but if you eat that fast you're going to choke Izuku, Inko said. I'm sorry but I can't help it, I'm very excited and nervous, Izuku said. I know you will make it brother, Izumi said. You have our full support, Inko said. Izuku smiles and continues with his breakfast and once finished he dresses in his school uniform as well as carrying a backpack with his gym clothes. Alright, I'm leaving, Izuku said. Wish me luck. Good luck, Izuku, Inko said. Good luck brother, Izumi said. Thanks, I'll see you in the afternoon, Izuku said and then left. The time has come, the first step to becoming a hero. Izuku is standing in front of the H-shaped building, the main building of the UA. I'm finally here, all this time I've been training for this moment, Izuku thought as he watched the entrance of the UA. I can't afford to fail. Just then, Izuku's cell phone rings and he notices that he received a message from Fuyumi. Good luck on the entrance exam, I know you don't need it but I still wish you luck. By the way, Dad says that you not only have to pass, that you have to pass with a number 1 score. Even Endeavor supports me, in his own way, it's obvious that I can't fail, Izuku thought as he answers the message. With your support I will definitely pass. Thank you. Without wasting any more time, Izuku enters the building. Izuku enters the written exam room and sits in his designated place. After a few minutes of waiting, the room fills and a small creature enters and sits facing everyone. Good morning everyone, many of you may be wondering what I am. A dog, a mouse, a bear, the creature said. Well, that doesn't matter, my name is Nezu and I am the principal of this school. Nezu is a small stout creature who appears to be a possible combination of several different animals, including a dog, a mouse, and a bear, which would make him a chimera. He has the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, a large scar over the right one, relatively rectangular shaped ears with pale pink and sides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. That's the principal, huh, Izuku thought. Well, I guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. First we will start with the written exam. This is simple, it is basic knowledge that all of you should already know. Saying this, several robots enter the room to deliver the exam papers. You have an hour and a half to take the exam. When the time is up I will return to explain the second part of the exam. Very well. The time has come. Izuku thought as he begins to read the exam questions. This shouldn't be so complicated. Yes, I can do this. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Hyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face. She is smiling. Yosaru Katai Fubudo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Onshin Budo ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Night Night. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Serba I Ka Wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kodit Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harit Yami wo harit. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratera Ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjsen. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakisud Ike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tamanide. Kaoruko creates several bubbles. Mata Tamanide. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Sadoku Urumaki ni Yumareshi Kono Shoudai wo Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwar at a Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open, biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out, revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korant. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. The exam time passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time out, Nezu said as the robots collected all the exams. Now we will move on to the second part, the practical exam. Saying this, the screen lights up illustrating the exam instructions. Each one will be assigned to an area in which a simulated exercise will be carried out for 10 minutes in an urban area. In each area there will be different types of enemies which you will have to defeat to earn points. Each robot has a different value in points. Finally, at a specified time an enemy will appear quite difficult to defeat. The value of this robot is 0 points. It is more of an obstacle than a target, so I recommend you avoid it at all costs. It seems like they will divide us all into different groups, Izuku thought. I wonder if they would let people from the same schools be in the same groups. Very well. If there are no questions, please take the form at your desk. It will tell you which area to go to. Nezu said. As you can see, we have considered your schools of origin and we have divided you so that former classmates do not end up in the same area. Now please proceed to your designated area, what the hero Napoleon Bonaparte ever said. A true hero is one who overcomes all the misfortunes of life. Go beyond, plus ultra. After this, everyone went to their respective assigned areas. Battle Center A. Man. Ua definitely likes to spend money. This place is huge, Izuku thought. It's like a city, in an area A. How many villains can there be? Said a random applicant. There are probably areas where more robots congregate. Izuku thought. Obviously everyone will want to go where the majority of robots are, but the smartest thing to do is to take care of the robots that are straggling or that are in separate areas. Yes, get points while I wait for the others to get tired and thus in the last moments of the exam get as many points as possible. Suddenly, the doors to enter open. All right, the practical exam begins. Nezu's voice is heard through the speaker. Without wasting time, Izuku rushes towards the entrance, without waiting for any type of countdown or indication. Endeavor-san. Do you have any advice for the exam? Izuku remembers his last conversation with Endeavor. You want some advice? Endeavor's words ring in Izuku's head as he approaches a 1-point robot. Don't treat the exam like that, an exam. Treat it as if it were a real situation. Remembering Endeavor's words, Izuku throws a fireball at the robot, destroying it. That's 1 point, Izuku said to himself. Meanwhile everyone was staring at him and started muttering. What is he doing? There were no indications to start. He's gonna be disqualified. I see we have someone who understands things, Nezu said. In real life there are no countdowns. I advise you to follow the example of your potential classmate or else he will take all the points. Everyone rushed at the city. That's not fair. It's just an entrance exam. Can't you be nicer to us? Izuku ignores the other applicants' complaints and focuses on the exam. At Ua they take things very seriously it seems. Izuku thought while destroying 2 robots. Observation room. Inside a room are all the Ua professors observing the performance of the applicants. This year is interesting to say the least, one teacher said. Indeed, I don't see that many of them have the potential, another teacher said. This year seems like it will be different from others, Nezu said. Not just because, how did you put it? Because of the interestingness of the examinees, if not because we have new additions to our staff. This year we have a change in staff. Many of our old staff have already retired and now we need new teachers, the first voice said. That's why we can thank Hakamada-san and Kamihara-san for joining us as teachers at UA, even if it's just for a couple of years, Nezu said. It's a good deal to nurture the next generation of heroes, Hakamada said. I agree with my friend, nurturing the next generation of heroes is a very noble thing, Kamihara said. Even so, let's not define anything yet, nothing is decided until it's over, Nezu said. I won't raise my expectations, but you're right. So let's raise the stakes, don't we? Nezu said as he pressed a red button. Battle Center Izuku continued with the exam, accumulating points by destroying robots. Also, while he was doing it, he helped one or another examinee with difficulties. Hey! Behind you! Izuku throws a fireball to destroy a robot that had sneaked behind another person who had not realized he had the robot behind him. Wow! Thanks! The guy said as he destroys another robot with a fire punch. That was a close one, don't you think? I guess. The important thing is that nothing bad happened, Izuku said. You're right. The guy said. Well, I guess we should continue with the exam. I hope we see each other again at UA. Without further ado, the guy continues with the exam. I couldn't even ask him his name. Oh well, next time, I guess, Izuku thought. At that moment, the ground begins to shake and a giant robot appears from among the buildings, the 0 points. So that's 0 points. Yes, definitely an obstacle more than a target to destroy, Izuku thought while seeing the size of the robot. Finally, my time to shine has arrived. A blonde girl said behind Izuku and then started running towards the robot. Hey, isn't that dangerous? Izuku said. Not for me, the girl said to suddenly grow to a height of just over 20 meters. Interestingly, her clothes grew with her. Wow. I guess her clothes are made to grow with her, Izuku thought. The girl approaches the robot and hits it on the head, destroying it. Threat neutralized, the girl said, but she doesn't notice that several pieces of the robot begin to fall. Most of the pieces of the robot that fall are not dangerous, but one of them is about to fall on some examinees. Watch out, Izuku said as he jumps up and prepares a large amount of fire in his hands. I got it. Izuku fires a large burst of fire which destroys the piece of robot that was about to hit the people. Meanwhile, the girl who hit 0 points prevents the other pieces from falling heavily to the ground by catching them before they fall and then gently placing them on the ground. All right everyone, time's up. Nezu's voice signaled the end of the exam. That was close, the girl said as she returned to her normal size. Good one there. You too, although you should be more careful next time, Izuku said. Note taken. The girl said before walking away. Well, the exam is over and I was able to highlight my performance. I would say it was a complete success. I'm leaving, bye. What an interesting person, Izuku thought. Oh well. I guess I should go too. I got more than 60 points, so I probably passed. After taking a breath to catch his breath, Izuku also decides to return home. He is done for the day. Later that day, the night after the entrance exam, the teachers are reviewing the participants' results and they are not very happy to say the least. It seems that in the end you were right, Nezu said. This year the exams were not at the level of the school's expectations. We have very few people who managed to pass. Many failed the written exam, even though the practical one did not go so badly, a teacher said. Many people believe that only your combat skills are important in UA, but they are wrong. Knowledge is also important, Nezu said. A shame that this year many people have not given importance to that. What do we do now? Another teacher asked. We can't accept those who failed the written exam, Nezu said. And we have already seen everyone who passed both exams. I have an idea. What is it about principal? I want a list of people who took the exam for the hero course but have also tried the general course, Nezu said. But only those who passed the written exam. What is that for? A teacher asked. You know very well that the entrance exam is always more advantageous for those who have a combat-oriented quirk, Nezu said. That's why we have the sports festival, to give the opportunity to those who did not have that advantage to enter the hero course. Why don't we go a little ahead and give some of those guys a chance? Do you mean that we will accept all those who have tried the hero course but failed and have attempted the general studies exam as a second option? Another teacher asked. Not everyone. That is why we must review them and we will see who really has the potential to be heroes. We will review their performance in the practical exam to analyze them and see if they have the potential to enter the hero course from the beginning, Nezu said. That's why I only want to review those who have passed the written exam. I see. Makes sense. Well, I'll go get the files. After several hours of extra revision, the teachers are still not satisfied. Well, even with this we barely reached the number of students just for one class of the hero course. A teacher said. What do we do now? The way I see it, we have two options, Nezu said. Either we only have a single class in the hero course, or we have two classes with reduced numbers. And what will it be then? You are the principal, so it is your decision. The decision is obvious. What we will do is... A week later, Midoriya household. Izuku was eating his food while waiting for the letter from the UA. I'm sure that I managed to pass. I got more than 60 points in the practical exam and I'm completely sure that I passed the written exam. Still I can't help but be nervous, he thought. Izuku, are you okay? I see you very thoughtful, Inko asked. Oh, yes, I'm just a little nervous about the UA results, Izuku said. What are you worried about, brother? Izumi asked. I bet you managed to pass with the highest score. Having the highest score or being the best is not what is important. I am satisfied with passing. What matters is what I do when I become a hero, Izuku said. Although it wouldn't be bad to be number one, don't you think? Izumi laughs with her brother. Just at that moment the doorbell rings and Inko went to answer the door. Izuku, it has arrived. Inko said as she handed a letter to her son. Oh my god. Finally. Izumi said. Come one brother, open it. You are more anxious than me, calm down. Izuku said as he opened the letter. To his surprise, a small device fell on the table. This device started to project a video that showed the principal Nezu. Izuku Midoriya, in this projection I will provide you with your scores in the entrance exam. First of all, you got a passing score of 92% in the written part, congratulations. Now, for the practical, you scored a total of 67 villain points, that is more than enough, you pass. Congratulations. I did it, Izuku said. Alright. Congratulations Izuku, Inko said. Congratulations big bro, Izumi said. But that's not all. Nezu said, getting everyone's attention. You see, we had a secret scoring, rescue points, we rate the heroic acts apart from the villain points. By saving other applicants from any danger you earned a total of 35 hero points, earning a total of 102 points overall, as well taking the first place in the scoreboard. Within this letter you will also find your student ID, as well for your assigned class. We are waiting, at your Hero Academy. You did it, you didn't just get in, you also scored first place, Izumi said while hugging Izuku. I did it, I scored first, I can't believe it, Izuku said. You can finally fulfill your dream, Izuku, Inko said joining the hug. I am very proud of you. Thank you, Izuku said. I have to tell this to Fuyumi-chan and Endeavor. Meanwhile, Endeavor is in his home office going through some papers. At that moment Fuyumi enters the room. Father. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but Izuku told me about his results on the entrance exam, and since you told me to tell you how it went, well, she said, but was interrupted by her father. Yes, how did it go? Tell me quickly because I have things to do, Endeavor said. Well, he passed. I already sent him my congratulations, of course. I'm glad that someone like him was able to, Fuyumi said, but has, again, interrupted by her father. That was the minimum. What matters to me is knowing how it went. Where did he score? Endeavor asked. Why don't you see it yourself? Fuyumi said while showing her father the results of the top scores. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points. 67. Rikyu points. 35. Total. 102. 2. Sensoji Sakino. Villain points. 75. Rikyu points. 10. Total. 85. 3. Renjiro Takahashi. Villain points. 60. Rescue points. 20. Total. 80. 4. Hana Yoshida. Villain points. 45. Hero points. 28. Total. 73. 5. Matsusho Miyako. Villain points. 40. Hero points. 30. Total. 70. 6. Daichi Suzuki. Villain points. 36. Hero points. 32. Total. 68. 7. Emi Aoki. Villain points. 52. Hero points. 9. Total. 61. 8. Anasho Yoshidori. Villain points. 45. Hero points. 15. Total. 60. 9. Yu Takayama. Villain points. 49. Hero points. 10. Total. 59. 10. Saruta Nanpaku. Villain points. 47. Hero points. 10. Total. 57. Seeing the results, Endeavor can't help but smile. Perfect, you can leave now, Fuyumi, and send him my congratulations, but don't let him get overconfident, the difficult part is just about to begin, he said. Right. Fuyumi said before leaving the room. Endeavor is left alone and his smile changes to an obsessive one. Keep it up, Izuku. If you manage to meet my expectations, I will arrange a marriage between you and Fuyumi where you have to change your last name to mine. Endeavor thought. Once you become part of my family and a Todoroki, you will only have to overcome that blonde idiot and become the #1 hero. You will fulfill my goal. So, what do you think of the results? Nezu asked. The teachers were reviewing all the scores from the practical exam. UA's entrance exam scoreboard. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points. 67. Rikyu points. 35. Total. 102. 2. Sensoji Sakino. Villain points. 75. Rikyu points. 10. Total. 85. 3. Renjiro Takahashi. Villain points. 60. Rescue points. 20. Total. 80. 4. Hana Yoshida. Villain points. 45. Hero points. 28. Total. 73. 5. Matsusho Miyako. Villain points. 40. Hero points. 30. Total. 70. 6. Daichi Suzuki. Villain points. 36. Hero points. 32. Total. 68. 7. Emi Aoki. Villain points. 52. Hero points. 9. Total. 61. 8. Anasho Yoshidori. Villain points. 45. Hero points. 15. Total. 60. 9. Yu Takayama. Villain points. 49. Hero points. 10. Total. 59. 10. Saruta Nanpaku. Villain points. 47. Hero points. 10. Total. 57. The entire top 10 has potential. A shame that not all of the examinees had that same potential. A teacher said. I mean, look at first place, it's been a long time since we had someone score more than 100 points. And he did it with a decent amount of rescue points, another teacher said. Well, we can say that we will have a very different year from the others. I have a feeling that we will see something very interesting with our students, Nezu said, especially with that boy. Izuku Midoriya, for some reason you catch my attention. You are undoubtedly right about that. This situation with the hero course has only happened once besides this one in all the time that UA has been in existence. Another teacher said. If I'm not mistaken, this also happened during Endeavor's student days. And in that exam he also came in first place with a score greater than 100 points, another teacher said. It seems that things are repeating themselves. A boy with a fire quirk enters UA with a score greater than 100 and just that same year the hero course is not completely filled, the first teacher said. Let's just hope the same thing doesn't happen as that time, Nezu said. Yes, I heard some rumors, are they true? I wasn't the principal at that time, but unfortunately I can confirm that the rumors are true, Nezu said. Wow, I was hoping those rumors were just that, rumors. Unfortunately they are not, but things have changed and now things are better. Since All Might got the title of the symbol of peace, crime has decreased a lot, Nezu said. Not only that, after everything that happened that year UA has raised its standards and now we make sure to prepare our students in a better way so that this does not happen again. Okay, now back on track, who will be in charge of which class? Blaze of Glory opening, song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yosaru Katai Fubudo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Onshin Budo ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nato Nai Kara, on top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Night Night. The shot zooms in on Endeavor who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Serba I Ka Wakaru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kodit Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harit Yami wo harit. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratera Azu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru, two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjsen, two other hooded people are sitting around a table, behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nato wa Hakisuit Ike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tamanide. Kauruko creates several bubbles. Mata Tamanide. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Satoku Urumaki ni Yumareshi kono Shoutai wo ima wa tada noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwar at a Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru kono Ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Izuku, are you sure you don't forget anything? Inko asked to her son. Yes, I double-checked. Izuku said. I'm leaving, I'll be late. Brother, you look very cool, Izumi said. I can't wait for my turn to go. I bet you look just as cool or cooler than me, Izuku said as he pats his sister's head. Izuku, his mother calls his attention. You look so cool. Izuku smiled back at his mother. Thanks. After these words Izuku begins to head towards the UA. Izuku arrives at the train station and enters, however in his haste he crashes with a guy with black hair and an expressionless face. I'm sorry, Izuku said. No problem. The guy said with a completely expressionless voice. Just be more careful next time. Without saying a single word or waiting for a response, the guy leaves. I guess he must have had a hard day. Although it's only morning, Izuku thought as he sits on a seat on the train. Maybe his job has him tired. After a while on the train, Izuku finally arrives at UA. My first official day as a UA student. I'm ready, Izuku thought as he starts to look for his classroom. I'm in class 1A, I just have to search. After several minutes of searching, Izuku finds the entrance to his classroom. Here it is. The door is undoubtedly large, although it is probably for people whose quirks make them larger than a normal person. Izuku enters the room and is surprised, not by the people who have already arrived, but by the few seats there are. There are only 10 seats, as far as I remember each class consists of 20 students, he thought. At that moment a boy approaches him. It is the boy he saved from a robot in the exam. Izuku takes the time to observe him well. The boy has purple hair combed back, his skin is light and he wears the normal UA uniform. Hey, it's you. Great, the guy said. Thanks for the save at the exam. I'm Renjiro Takahashi, a pleasure. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Renjiro-san, Izuku said while shaking hands with Renjiro. You barely know me and you already call me by my name, huh, Renjiro said. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I've always liked calling people by their first names instead of their last names, Izuku said. You can call me Izuku if you like. Sure, Renjiro said. Interesting that there are only 10 seats, don't you think? You noticed too, didn't you? Izuku said. Classes are usually made up of 20 students, something must have happened. Just then the door opens and a boy Izuku recognized enters. Very well, Get ready everyone, I have arrived, Sensoji Sakino has arrived, Sensoji said. Wow. Looks like you managed to pass, huh, Izuku said. What are you doing here? Sensoji said. Well, I passed the exam, so it's obvious why I'm here, Izuku said. You know him? Renjiro asked. Something like that. Izuku said. Look, we'll be classmates from now on if we try to get along, okay? As long as you don't get in my way we'll be fine, Sensoji said. Izuku and Sensoji stare at each other as more people enter the room. Please, let's avoid conflicts on the first day, a person said entering the room. Said person is a tall, slim man with an unnaturally long and flexible neck, as shown on several occasions, and dark, heavily lashed eyes which appeared to tilt slightly inwards. He has rather long, blonde hair which he wears combed drastically to the left, covering his left eye. He is dressed in a pair of jeans, a denim waistcoat with 2 large breast pockets, and a denim dress shirt with a very high collar which covers his face up to just below his nose. He wears 2 belts, one around his collar and one around his waist, and short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles. We are in the hero's course, save that energy for later, the man said. Please be polite and sit in your seats. Paying attention to the guy, everyone sits down. Very good. Now that everyone is seated I will introduce myself. The man said. I am Tsunagu Hakamada, also known as the professional hero Best Jeanist, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the rest of the year. Best Jeanist. He is an incredibly famous hero. Many people believe that soon he will be part of the top heroes. Izuku thought. Incredible that Ua was able to recruit someone like him. Many of you will have several questions. Best Jeanist said. The most obvious is why the reduced number of seats in the class, isn't it? That's right, I was wondering why there are only 10 students in the class. A girl with blue skin asked. Aren't classes at UA supposed to consist of 20 students each? Well, that's because this year has been something special. Best Jeanist said. This year the number of passes was excessively low, we did not even have enough students to complete a single class of the hero course. Almost no one approved, so, does that mean it's just us at the hero course? Izuku thought. Then the director decided to do something interesting. Best Jeanist continued. Some of you did not pass the practical exam, but not for not trying, but because of how it is structured. Some of you do not have combat-oriented quirks and therefore could not collect enough points. Saying this, some of the class members felt uncomfortable. But you know that, don't you? That's why you also applied for the General Studies course knowing that you would have a second chance at the sports festival, right? Best Jeanist said. That is why the principal was in charge of reviewing your files one by one and decided to choose all those who have the potential to become incredible heroes from the beginning, and here you are now. Okay, but that doesn't explain why there are 10 of us, Renjiro said. Despite doing this, we barely had enough students for a single class, which is why we decided to divide the hero course this year into 2 classes of 10 students. Best Johnny's said. So, please, I don't want you to belittle your classmates who entered through this method. If the principal allowed them to enter this course from the beginning it is because they are your equals, do you understand? Loud and clear, Sensei, Izuku said. Best Jeanist smiles. I like you boy. He said. Okay, now that I've explained this, it's time to move on to the next thing. Each of you will come forward and introduce yourself, your name and quirk. Could you give us an example, Sensei? The blonde girl from the exam said. I guess I can. As I already said, my name is Tsunagu Hakamada and my quirk is Fiber Master. It allows me to freely manipulate the threads in any nearby piece of fabric. Best Jeanist said. Now it's your turn, let's go in the seating order. The first to pass is the blue-skinned girl. Nice to meet you. My name is Kaoruko Iwata and my quirk is Bubble. She said. My quirk allows me to produce bubbles filled with any aroma that I had smelled at least once before. I can make both sweet-smelling bubbles and foul-smelling ones. She must have been one of those who came in through the principal accepting her after the exam results. Izuku thought. As Hakamada-sensei said, she is my equal now. The next one to pass is a girl that has notably straight teeth and quite long, dark hair, which is styled into 2 low plaits with a neat fringe hanging just over her eyes. Her eyes themselves are oval-shaped, and appear to be entirely blacked out, showing no visible iris or pupil. Hello. My name is Emi Aoki and my quirk is mass expansion. The girl said, it allows me to increase my body mass, turning myself into a blob-like form in the process. This blob form can grow larger than a residential building and is rubber-like in nature, allowing me to stretch and contract, as well as protects me from attacks. Her quirk sounds interesting. Apparently she can control the size she expands to, Izuku thought. Next is a boy who has his face, arms and hands covered in bandages. I'm Yukihiro Kato, my quirk is traject. He said, it allows me to redirect objects in motion that pass through my bandages. It works in both living and non-living objects. Another one who probably entered the hero course in a special way. Izuku thought. Even so, his quirk can be very useful as support in a fight. The next to pass is Renjiro. Hi. My name is Renjiro Takahashi and my quirk is Fire Fist, he said. As the name suggests, I can cover my fists with fire, this also gives me some resistance to fire. Interesting. I guess we share something in common now. Our quirks are fire quirks. Izuku thought while standing up ready to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, I hope we can get along well in these 3 years. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is Inferno. Izuku said. My quirk allows me to produce and manipulate large amounts of extremely intense fire at will. The doctors say that my flames are much hotter than normal flames. You're not as pathetic as I thought. I guess you're worth paying attention to, Izuku Midoriya, Sensoji thought. After introducing himself, Izuku returns to his seat and the next to pass is the blonde girl from the entrance exam. Nice to meet you guys, my name is Yu Takayama, you better remember it. My quirk is gigantification. She said. My quirk allows me to grow to a gigantic size of 2062 cm, no more, no less. Her quirk is similar to Emi's, only she cannot change her size as she grows, Izuku thought. Next up is Sensoji. I am Sensoji Sakino. My quirk is Blast. He said. It allows me to create blasts from the palms of my hands. Simple but strong. Now I can see why he is so arrogant, Izuku thought. Next is a girl with long light brown hair and eyes of the same color. My name is Hana Yoshida and my quirk is Lightning Generation. She said. My quirk allows me to generate electricity in the form of lightning from my hands. An electrical quirk. Those are becoming more common lately, Izuku thought. Next is a girl with smart blue eyes, sloping inwards, and short, shoulder-length hair of a lighter blue color which she wears side-swept to the right. Nice to meet you. My name is Aiko Honda and my quirk is Good Ear. She said. My quirk allows me to hear high frequencies and quiet sounds that normal people cannot. Another one that entered in a special way. Izuku thought. Even so, her quirk can be very useful to facilitate communication between several heroes as well as to listen to conversations of villains. Finally, a boy with cream blonde hair and blue eyes stands up to introduce himself. I'm Daichi Suzuki and my quirk is Air Blast. He said. My quirk allow me to shoot blasts of air from my hands. An air quirk. We could make a good team, after all air can enhance fire, Izuku thought. Alright, now that we're all introduced, it's time to move on to today's next activity. Best Jeanist said. Please everyone follow me as we will go to the introduction ceremony by Principal Nezu. Class 1A follows their teacher to the outside courtyard where all the first-year classes gather for the introduction ceremony. Welcome freshmen to UA High School. The principal said. I hope all of you are in great shape and ready to begin your 3-year journey. On both sides of Nezu are all the UA teachers. With our staff we will be in charge of nurturing all of you so that when you become professionals you are all ready for the challenges that life throws at you. Nezu said. This year we have a reduced staff because several of our staff have just retired, even so that will not stop us from giving you the best quality of classes and lessons. Our class schedule is from Monday to Saturday, from 8 a.m. the morning until 4 p.m., with the exception of the hero course whose classes will conclude at 6 p.m. You will all have your time to rest and eat at 2 p.m. In the cafeteria you can all order the dish you like. Our professionals will take care of your orders. Nezu said. Our school also has various clubs to which all of you, except the students of the hero course, can join. That's kind of unfair, don't you think? Renjiro whispers to Izuku. I guess because we have extra activities unlike the rest of the classes, Izuku whispers back. Our facilities have everything you need, from an infirmary managed by Recovery Girl, to the cafeteria led by Lunch Rush, all with the purpose that you will lack nothing during your studies here. Nezu said. Your classroom teachers will be in charge of giving you orientation and introduction to the facilities once this ceremony is over. With this I finish my speech. Now I only have to welcome you to UA High School, Nezu said. After the introduction ceremony, Best Jeanist gives his students a tour through the facilities, ending when they return to the classroom of Class 1A. And with this we finish the orientation. Best Jeanist said. Now, to finish today's day, under your desks you will find your gym uniforms. Put them on, I will be waiting for you at the training ground. The 10 members of Class 1A gather at the training ground, each dressed in their respective gym uniforms. So, Sensei, what are we going to do here? Kaoruko asked. Today is your first day, but that doesn't mean we won't do anything, Best Jeanist said. As the only activity today we will have a Quirk apprehension test. Quirk apprehension test? What's that? Emmy asked. You will do the same tests that you did in middle school, only this time you will use your quirks. For better understanding we will give an example. Best Jeanist looks among the students and points to one of them who turned out to be Izuku. Midoriya, you placed first at the entrance exam. How many meters did you achieve when throwing the ball at the school? Best Jeanist asked while handing Izuku a ball. Izuku thinks for a second. Around 70 meters I think. Not bad. Now throw the ball using your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't exit the circle. Best Jeanist said. The objective is to throw the ball as far as possible. Use your quirk and creativity to do it. Alright. Izuku said and then proceeded to ignite the ball. Then, using a fire blast, the ball is shot like a canyon. The shot was so strong that it created a gust of wind from which everyone had to cover. Best Jeanist's machine made a sound and he saw the score from Izuku. Not bad, I see that you know how to use your quirk creatively, he said while showing the score to the rest of the class. 733 meters. Cool, Renjiro said. It's not that big of a deal, Sensoji said. Now, I know this may seem like fun to all of you, but I must remind you that you are in UA now. You are here to become heroes, not to have fun. Best Jeanist said. By this I don't mean that you don't have fun or that you are serious all the time. What I mean is that you are no longer high school students. It is time for you to give your best in all the exercises and practices, that you take seriously what it means to be a hero. Everyone remains silent, listening to what their teacher tells them. You all decided to walk this path. Being a hero is not easy. There is always danger in this profession, but here at UA we will make sure to guide all of you on the right path. Best Jeanist said. This is not a competition. I don't want you to look at it that way. But obviously the scores you get in these tests will make you be either higher or lower on the scoreboard. So why are you rating us if you say this is not a competition? Emmy asked. There are 10 of you, so we can do the following. See this as the top 10 of the hero billboard chart. These tests are how well you have done in your job as a hero, and in the end we will see where each of you is ranked in the top. Best Jeanist said. So please, do your best. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Katan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinshu Jingai, Amananoke Matai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Ato wa Papara Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjin. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yoseru Katai Fubiodo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daijo hai nichijo ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. On Shinbayadu ni Batsu Kosei, sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho, in a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara, on top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Nite Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Dana Kao Sherba e ka Wakateru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotate Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo Harati Yami wo Harati. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratara Azu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjuzan. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaregoto Nado wa Hakasudaiktu. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mada Tominade. Kauruko creates several bubbles. Mada Tominade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Satoku Urumaki ni Umareshi Kono Shotai wo Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Noroarita Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Koronde. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Isshin wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. First test. 50 meters run. The one who dominated this test was Daichi, who used his gusts of air to push himself as fast as possible and achieve the best time of 3.20 seconds. Izuku had the third fastest time of 3.57 seconds. Second test. Grip Force. In this test, the one who obtained the best score was Emi, who, thanks to her mass expansion quirk, managed to obtain a score of 300 kilograms. Izuku achieved a score little above normal, about 65 kilograms, since, even though his quirk does not help him much in this type of test, he managed to heat up the machine and thus managed to increase the pressure that the machine received. Third test. Standing long jump. In this test Daichi once again obtained the best score. Not only was he able to jump over the sandbox, but he also obtained the greatest jumping distance. Izuku scored the second best distance. Fourth test. Repeated sidesteps. In this test Izuku managed to last the longest, since by using his fire in his hands to simulate jumping he managed to avoid getting tired. Fifth test. Distance run. In this test Yu is the one who achieved the best score. As her size grew she managed to travel the greatest distance. The second best was Emi, who also grew in size but her speed was less than Yu's. Sixth test. Seated toe touch. In this test Kauruko is the one who managed to last the longest thanks to her great agility and flexibility. This test was the one where Izuku did the worst. It's not that he did bad, but he wasn't one of the best either. He really needs to work on his flexibility. Seventh test. Sit-ups. In this test there was a tie between Izuku and Sensoji, who obtained the same number of sit-ups, with a total of 73 sit-ups done. Eighth and last test. Ball throw. In this test Izuku did not participate as he had already did it, but he was surpassed. Yu increased her size and thanks to that she managed to throw the ball for more than a kilometer, 1,203 meters, obtaining the best score. Emi being close second with 1,163 meters. Other than that, Sensoji was a close fourth only behind Izuku, Emi and Yu with 692 meters. And with this last test the Quirk apprehension test concludes. Good job, I see that you all took my words seriously and tried your best, like good quality genes, Best Jeanist said. Now I will show you the results, please look at the hologram. Best Jeanist shows the results. 1. Daichi Suzuki. 2. Yu Takayama. 3. Izuku Midoriya. 4. Emi Aoki. 5. Sensoji Sakino. 6. Hana Yoshida. 7. Renjiro Takahashi. 8. Kaoruko Iwata. 9. Yukihiro Kato. 10. Aiko Honda. 3rd place. Not bad to start, Izuku thought. Even so, this test taught me where I have to improve. 5th place? That's unacceptable for someone as strong as me, Sensoji thought. Dude. 7th place. I need to improve, Renjiro thought. As I said before, this is not a competition. This test is to give you the opportunity to use your quirks in situations that were not allowed before. Best Jeanist said. This also helps you realize where you need to improve, like when you are designing genes, you always have to put them to the test to see what fails. Talking about genes is a bit strange, but I understand what he means, Izuku thought. Now with this we finish for today. In the classroom you will be able to find the agenda and other documents, important information that I recommend you read. Best Jeanist said. Today was a quiet day, tomorrow things start in earnest. Before Best Jeanist lets the rest of the class leave, Yu raises his hand. I have a question, it is not related to the test itself, but at the same time it is, Yu said. Go ahead. Best Jeanist said. I could notice that when I used my quirk the clothes grew with me. I usually need special clothes for that to happen. Yu asked. Why is that? That's very simple. Each one filled out your quirk form with all its specifications. Ua used that information to make your uniforms, both for classes and gym. Best Jeanist said. While you were introducing yourself, I wrote down your seat number next to your name, and when we were at the introduction ceremony with the director, the person in charge of making the costumes placed your respective uniform on your respective desk. That explains why my uniform didn't burn with my fire, Izuku said. Exactly, your uniforms were made individually for each of you, so that they can function alongside your quirks without creating awkward situations, Best Jeanist said. Yeah. If my uniform had not grown with me it would have been somewhat uncomfortable, Yu said. Thank goodness that situation could be avoided. Best Jeanist said. Now, if there are no more questions, you can leave. The school was over for the day and Izuku was ready to go home. Today was an interesting day, Izuku thought. Hakamada-sensei is a very good teacher, he helped me find my weak points. Hey, Izuku. Wait, Renjiro said as he approaches Izuku. Are you going to the station? Let's go together? Sure, Izuku said. Cool, Renjiro said as they started walking to the station. Man, today was interesting, don't you think? Yes, I didn't expect the test on the first day, but I can see why Hakamada-sensei did it, Izuku said. You got 3rd place, man, that's great, Renjiro said. For my part, I came in 7th. Kind of disappointing if you ask me. Don't say that, Izuku said. You can't always use your quirk in any situation. Besides, it wasn't a competition and now you know what you need to improve on. I guess you're right, Renjiro said. You too, wait, it was Kaoruko heading towards them. Are you heading to the train station? You are the bubble girl, Renjiro said. Yes, we are going to the station. Do you want to come with us? It's Kaoruko Iwata and yes, let's go to the station, Kaoruko said. You are? I'm sorry, I don't remember your names. It's okay, we've only known each other for a day so it's normal that we still don't know each other's names, Izuku said. I'm Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure, Kaoruko-san. Kaoruko, the girl said with surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a bad habit of mine. I tend to call people by their first name out of instinct, Izuku said. Sorry, Iwata-san. No, don't worry, you can call me by my first name. I was just a little surprised, Kaoruko said and then looked at Renjiro. And you are? Renjiro Takahashi. Renjiro said. Nice to meet you. The trio continues their way to the station. taking advantage of the time to get to know each other better. Well, I managed to make 2 friends on the first day. A good start without a doubt, Izuku thought. Midoriya household. I'm home, Izuku said as he entered his house. Izuku, you're back. How was your day? Inko asked. Brother, you have to tell me everything about UA, is it as incredible as they say? Izumi said. Much more incredible, Izuku said. Although you came back early today, right? Inko said. Aren't classes at UA in the hero department supposed to end until 6 p.m.? Yes, but since today was the first day, classes ended early. Izuku said. Starting tomorrow the schedule will be the official one. In that case come and sit down to eat something, Inko said. And of course, tell us everything. Thanks. Izuku said. Tell me, what are your classmates like? Inko asked. How are your teachers? Do I have a future daughter-in-law? Mom, Izuku said. My classmates are fine, I guess. I still don't know them completely, although I managed to make 2 friends, Renjiro Takahashi and Kaoruko Iwata. How nice, I'm glad you can make a friend on your first day, Inko said. By the way, Zumi, you won't believe who my teacher is, Izuki said to his sister. Who is it? Izumi asked. Best Genist himself, Izuku said. Oh my god. That's so cool, Izumi said and then took out a notebook out of nowhere. The notebook has the title of Hero Analysis for the future number 4. Oh, and what about your classmates' quirks? You do like quirks, don't you? Izuku said. Izumi just smiles to her brother. Alright, I'll tell you, but first let me eat something, okay? Izuku said. A new day has come, and Class 1A was having their morning lessons. Right, they were having English classes with Majestic, a pro hero. English is the most spoken language in the world in general. It is very important that you learn it, especially if any of you have to support heroes from another country, Majestic said. Normal classes. Well, UA is still a school after all, Kaoruko thought. This is boring. When does the good stuff start? Sensoji thought. I'm not bad at English, but it doesn't hurt to review what I've learned, Izuku thought. After the morning lessons, in the afternoon, it is lunchtime. It is first-class food at low prices in the large dining room. White rice is one of the best foods in the world, said the chef who was the pro-hero lunch rush. Even though I've already known this before, it's still impressive. Even the non-teaching staff are heroes, Izuku thought. It may be simple rice, but it's delicious, Renjiro said. I know, right? Kaoruko said. After finishing the lunch, it was the moment everyone was waiting for, the basic study for heroes. Hey, Izuku, Kaoruko. Renjiro called his friends. Who do you think our hero class teacher will be? I don't know. It can be anyone, Izuku said. What is certain is that he or she will be a hero. While everyone is talking, the classroom door opens and the teacher walks in, turning out to be Best Genist. Hakamada-sensei. Hana asked. What are you doing here? Aren't we supposed to have heroics class? That's exactly why I'm here, Best Genist said. Since we are short-staffed this year, some of us have more than one position. I am both your homeroom teacher as the heroics teacher of the hero course. Wow, you really are our best sensei, Izuku said. Did you understand? Best sensei. The class remains quiet until Best Genist speaks. I like the way it sounds, so I'll allow you to call me that. Best sensei. Best sensei. The class began to cheer. Now that we're done with that, Best Genist said, it's time for our first hero class exercise, battle training. Finally, Sensoji said. Alright, Renjiro said. So quickly do we start the battles? Kaoruko said. Shouldn't we do something simpler the first time? Aiko asked. Don't worry, it's battle training, but it won't be complicated at all. With these combat training you will learn the basics as well as being able to put it into practice. Best Genist said. And, of course, with that, we also have these. Best Genist pushed a button and from the wall a lot of briefcases emerged. Ordered according to the report of your quirks and the application you sent before entering the school. Here are your hero costumes, he said. Seeing the costumes everyone gets excited. Finally, I've been waiting so I can put on my costume, Yu said. I hope mine comes just as I ordered, Daichi said. I still can't believe I'll have a hero suit so early in UA, Aiko said. Finally, what I came to UA for, Sensoji said. My hero suit. This is going to be great, Izuku thought. I hope it comes with the design and functionality specifications I requested. I can see that you are all excited, but remember that the hero suit should be a part of you, both as an identity and as a tool to help you in your work. Best Jeanist said. Indeed, it is important to look good in a hero costume, since both your popularity and the way the public perceives you depend on it, but it should also serve to overshadow your weaknesses and strengthen your virtues, like the perfect genes. Everyone stands up and grabs their respective briefcase. When you've changed your clothes, gather at the Gamma Training Ground, Best Jeanist said. Gamma Training Ground. You are all here for a reason, Best Johnnies said as everyone stepped in the room, dressed in their respective hero costumes. Now the moment has come that all of you have been waiting for. It's time to be heroes. Gamma Training Ground. The Gamma Training Ground consists of an industrial site compiled by many factories that form a labyrinth. The labyrinth contains tons of heavy machinery including cranes and pipelines. You are all here for a reason, Best Jeanist said as everyone stepped in the room, dressed in their respective hero costumes. Now the moment has come that all of you have been waiting for. It's time to be heroes. Izuku's hero suit consists of a black full bodysuit with a red V-shaped pattern on the chest and stomach as well as a silver zipper that covers the entire chest and reaches to the navel. He has two metal shoulder pads that reach before the elbow with a hole right on the shoulder. He wears a pair of black fingerless gloves and a pair of metal wristbands with red stripes. It also has two red belts which form an X. The belts have a yellow H-shaped buckle. The thighs of his suit have a flame printed on each one. He also wears a pair of red boots with metal soles that reach below his knees. Finally, on his face he has red glasses with black lenses. The glasses are large enough to cover from his forehead to just before his cheeks. Izuku, Renjiro, those are your costumes? You look great, Kaoruko said approaching Izuku and Renjiro. Kaoruko's hero costume consists of a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high-collared section, a zipper down the middle, and over the higher part of her chest, which reveals her torso from the underside of her breasts. She wears black tights with loose white shorts, two yellow markings down either side of them, and thick white boots with lines running down their shafts and yellow rings in the center of them. Over her entire face, she wears a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands, she wears plain dark blue gloves. Renjiro's suit consists of a black sleeveless shirt with a gray X on the chest, a pair of black forearms with bands under them that cover the entire forearm. He also wears brown pants and khaki boots. He also wears a horned hapuri that frames his face. You look good too, Kaoruko, Izuku said. Although, does your costume have to be this revealing? A little bit, yes. I produce the bubbles from my skin, so I have to have some exposed skin to be able to produce enough bubbles, Kaoruko said. Interesting. I see that each one knew how to capture your own personality in your costumes, Best Jeanist said. Although I see some that can improve, for first versions they are fine. So what are we going to do Best Sensei? Yukihiro asked. Yukihiro's costume consists of a wine-colored vest, fingerless gloves that reach to his elbows of the same color as his vest, bandages that cover his entire arms, a wine-colored boot with a green belt and metal boots. Today's exercise consists of a battle between two teams of 5 people, Best Jeanist said. This way you will test your quirks in battle for the first time. What are the rules? Izuku asked. In itself it is only a confrontation between two teams. The confrontation ends when all members of a team are captured or when time runs out, Best Jeanist said. The ways to win are for one team to run out of members, causing the other team to win, or if time runs out, the team with the most members remaining wins. Can we do anything to win? Sensoji asked. Sensoji's hero costume is composed of a tight, dark, sleeveless tank top, with the chest area of another color separated by white lines. Dark trousers with knee pads, and fingerless gloves with forearm guards. A characteristic of his gloves in which in the palms there are circular ring-like elements that is where Sensoji shoots his quirk. These rings appear as decorative elements on the shoulders, belt and knee pads of the suit. Sensoji also wore shades to prevent his quirk from blinding him. In general, yes, you can use any tactic to win, but if I see that you cross the line I will disqualify you, Best Jeanist said. Each team will start at one end of the training field and will have a cage. What you must do is incapacitate your rivals and lock them in the cage. thus capturing them. The captured members of a team are automatically disqualified. And the teams, how will they be formed? Emi asked. Emi's costume is quite simple. It consists of a white t-shirt, black leggings and red tennis shoes. The teams will be formed at random. Each one will pass and take a ball from this box. Said ball will have the letter A or B, which will indicate which team you will belong to. Best Jeanist said as he takes a box in his hands. The box only has a small hole to put a hand in and take out a ball. Random? Is that the right thing to do? Kaoruko asked. Many times professionals are forced to form improvised teams with other heroes, so that must be why, since we won't always be able to choose who to work with, Izuku said. Exactly, Midoriya. Best Jeanist said. Now, everyone please proceed to take a ball from the box. It's time to form the teams. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinshu Jingai, Amananoke Matai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Ato wa Papara Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjin. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yoseru Katai Fubiodo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daijo hai nichijo ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. On Shinbayadu ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Naite Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Dana Kao Sherba e ka Wakateru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotate Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo Harati Yami wo Harati. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratara Ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjuzan. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaregoto Nado wa Hakasud Aiktu. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mada Tominade. Kaoruko creates several bubbles. Mada Tominade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Satoku Urumaki ni Umareshi Kono Shotai wo Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Noroarita Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Koronde. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Isshin wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Izuku looks at his team. He has to be part of Team B. His team consisted of him, obviously, Renjiro, Kaoruko, Aiko and Yukihiro. Are you guys ready? Izuku asked. Of course I am, Renjiro said. Yes, I'm ready, although we are definitely at a disadvantage, Yukihiro said. Why do you say that? Izuku asked. I don't want to sound like a pessimist or a bad person. But I've been talking to Iwata-san and Honda-san and we are the only ones in the class who entered the hero course through the principal selection, Yukihiro said. Our quirks aren't very good during combat, Aiko said. Aiko's hero costume consists of a sleeveless white sailor uniform with a dark blue, double-trimmed collar and a short three-piece skirt which is buttoned together on either side. She wears a loosely tied red scarf and blue gloves with white striped wrist guards, and on her feet, thigh-high boots with wavy lines running down them from thigh to toe. She sports a flat hat with a ribbon around the base and two large communication devices on her ears to aid with the use of her quirk, which are shaped like large, blue fins. We will definitely have the disadvantage at the time of the fight, Kaoruko said. Well, I guess I can't argue against that, but that doesn't mean we're at a disadvantage, Izuku said. In fact, that gives you the opportunity to show that you were chosen by the principal for a reason. Exactly, we just have to come up with a good plan, Renjiro said. Indeed, and, in fact, the fact that Aiko-san is on our team gives us a very important advantage, Izuku said. Me? Aiko said surprised. What advantage are you talking about? It's very easy. With your quirk you can listen to the other team's plan, right? Izuku asked. Well, yes I do, Aiko said. Perfect, then if we can discover the other team's plan we can devise a counterplan. Izuku said. So, Aiko, do you mind doing the honors? With pleasure. Aiko said. With Team A on the other side of the training field, Team A is preparing. Team A is made up of Sensoji, Emi, Yu, Daichi and Hana. So, what's the plan? Daichi asked. Daichi's hero costume consists of a plain crimson bodysuit, plates of white armor attached to his elbows, knees, and lower arms. He wears matching knee-high boots and a cannon on his left arm, as well as an airjet on his back. Plan? We don't need any plan, Sensoji said. Our team is realistically better? What are you talking about? Yu asked. Yu's hero costume is composed of a purple skin-tight top which is accented with orange stripes, a tan-colored skin-tight pants which also covers her feet, a pair of purple gloves with orange accents on the edge of the cuff and a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. Isn't it obvious? Sensoji asked. Of the members of the other team, the only ones who can give us problems are Midoriya and Takahashi. Why do you say that? Hana asked. Hana's hero costume consists of a light pink, fluffy sleeveless vest, gloves, and boots, and a hat that resembles a dog with buggy eyes and a round black nose. This is going to be a fight and only Midoriya and Takahashi have quirks that work for that, Sensoji said. The others will be a hindrance due to their weak quirks. I mean. Bubbles, how is that useful? Can you hear better? Please, change the trajectory of something. Useless. I don't think we should underestimate them, Emi said. Well, not to underestimate them but, I think Sakino-san has a good point, Yu said. I mean, we are better when it comes to combat. I guess, Daichi said, but we should still have a plan, right? Do you want a plan? Fine, Sensoji said. As soon as the fight starts, we go straight at them, overwhelm them with our quirks, and win. That's easy. It will be very difficult for them to take me down in my giant form, Yu said. Exactly. Sensoji said. Yes, but you can't grow in closed places because that would cause more problems for you than for your opponent, Emi said. I just don't have to be in closed places and that's it, Yu said. And even if that happens, I know how to fight. And you think they don't? Emi said. Stop complaining, Aoki, Sensoji said. I'm just expressing my concern about the plan, Emi said. Stop worrying, you have an objectively strong quirk, so don't worry about the weak ones, Sensoji said. If you say so, Emi said. She is still not very convinced by the plan. With Team B after hearing the other team's plan, Aiko tells her team everything she heard. In short, they are confident in their superiority and that their quirks are better at the time of combat. Izuku said. So let's use that to our advantage. Do you have something in mind? Kaoruko asked. They say they'll come right at us, so let's set a trap for them, Izuku said. Let's take them by surprise. A surprise attack, I like that, Yukihiro said. Not just a surprise attack, I have a few ideas on how to use Kaoruko's quirk to put the other team at a disadvantage, Izuku said. The only one we should have a specific plan for is you. We have to trap her somewhere she can't grow. And what about Aoki-san? She can grow too, right? Aiko asked. Yes, but she can choose the size she grows to, Renjiro said, so it wouldn't make much difference. I think I have a plan, Kaoruko said. Let's hear it then, Izuku said. Todoroki household. I'm hungry, a white-haired boy said. I'm coming. You know, it's not so easy to study and then come here to do all this. You should be more considerate with me, Natsuo. Fuyumi said while finishing cooking. If you are so hungry, why don't you eat some instant noodles? No thanks, I prefer your food, Natsuo said. Thanks, I guess, Fuyumi said finishing cooking. Why don't you stop complaining and help me set the table? Fine, Natsuo said. Just the two of us, right? Yes, Dad doesn't eat with us and Shoto, well, Dad doesn't let him eat with us, Fuyumi said. All right, Natsuo said as he goes to get the plates and cutlery to eat. Fuyumi finishes cooking the food as soon as she sees someone watching her through the kitchen door. It is Shoto, her younger brother. Shoto. I feel bad for him. Dad doesn't let him interact with us. I wish I could do something, Fuyumi thought sadly. She can't do anything. However, some words ring in her head. You know, it is the duty of an older sibling to protect the younger sibling. Don't you agree? They are the words that Izuku said to her that time. Fuyumi looks at the kitchen door again. Shoto is still there. No. I can't stay doing nothing. It's my duty as an older sister. Fuyumi smiles at Shoto. Are you hungry, Shoto? Why don't you come eat with us? I made enough food for everyone. Shoto is slightly surprised by his sister's words. Dad wouldn't let me. If he found out he would be angry, Shoto said. Well, Dad's not here right now, he's working, Fuyumi said before winking at Shoto. Besides, he doesn't have to know, right? Shoto thinks about it for a moment and then nods. I would like to eat with you, he said. Then come in, don't be shy, Fuyumi said. Nat. Prepare the table for 3, we have someone who will join us to eat. Shoto. How unexpected, but nice, Natsuo said. Shoto smiles slightly as he sits at the table next to Natsuo, and after Fuyumi serves the food the 3 eat together for the first time in years. I want my family to be a real family, Fuyumi thought. Thank you for inspiring me to take the first step, Izuku-kun. I promise that I will ensure that we Todoroki are a real family. Achoo. Izuku sneezes. The fight has begun and Izuku's team is ready to carry out their plan. Izuku is on top of several pipes. Next to him is Renjiro. Is everything okay, Midoriya? Takahashi asks through the communicator. Yeah, it was just a little sneeze, Izuku said. Someone must be talking about you, Renjiro said. Probably my little sister or my mother, Izuku said. Anyway, are you all ready? In position, Aiko said. Yeah, I'm ready, Renjiro said. Kato-kun and I are in position. I hope everything goes well, Kaoruko said. Have confidence in yourself, your plan is good, we just have to do our best and we will succeed, Izuku said. Right, Kaoruko said. Here they come, Renjiro said. Below them, walking calmly, the 5 members of Team A advance along the main path towards the base of Team B. I have a bad feeling, Emi said. Stop worrying, we have this in the bag, Shinsoji said. All right, get ready, Izuku said. Let's do it, Renjiro. All right, Renjiro said. Quickly, Izuku and Renjiro push a large pipe down. The pipe falls in front of the A team, raising a pile of dust. What the? They were waiting for us. At that, several bubbles appear and explode near the faces of the members of Team A. The smell is bad. What the hell is this smell? Shinsoji said while covering his nose. Thanks to his glasses the bubbles do not get in his eyes, although the same cannot be said for the others. My eyes. You said. My beautiful eyes. It's not just the smell, it also hurts if it gets in your eyes, Hannah said. I knew this was a bad plan, Emmy said. This isn't good, Daichi said. At that, you feel something pulling her and indeed something drags her into an interior. What's going on? She said. Takayama. Sensoji said and then heard a scream from behind him and when he looked, Emmy was not there either. Aoki. I think they set us up a trap, Daichi said. Indeed. Izuku said as he, Renjiro and Yukihiro land in front of Sensoji, Daichi and Hannah. How the hell did you know what we were going to do? Sensoji asked. Aiko was able to hear your conversation thanks to her quirk and we were able to plan accordingly. Credits to Kaoruko for designing the plan. Izuku said. It seems that their quirks weren't as pathetic as you said, Daichi said. Shut up. This is just a small setback. We will win, no matter how much they have planned. Our team is still better for combat, Sensoji said. Why don't we find out? Izuku said. Suzuki, take care of Takahashi. Yoshida, you take care of Kato, Sensoji said. I'll take care of Midoriya, I have unfinished business with him. All right, Hannah said. If you say so, Daichi said. All right guys, be ready because it's about to rain fire, Izuku said as he put his hands together, literally. While all this is happening, Best Jeanist is watching all this in the control room. Interesting, what an interesting turn of events. He thought. Team A decided to take advantage of their advantage in combat quirks to make a quick and decisive attack but Team B used the quirks of its members to create a plan to confront their rivals. I wonder who will win, the team with the advantage in combat or the team with the plan. Yu gets up from the ground, the effect of the bubbles finally passing. That was dirty, at that Yu realized that in front of her is Aiko. Wow, do you really want to confront me? That's the plan. Aiko said. Well, what a bad plan, because this will be fast. Yu begins to grow but hits her head on several pipes which causes her to cancel her growth and return to her normal height. Ouch. It seems that if you don't have room to grow and can't break the ceiling you go back to your normal size, Aiko said. Yu looks around and notices that she and Aiko are in a small interior surrounded by several pipes. That doesn't matter. I'm going to win, Yu said. For his part, Aoki takes out a small steel baton, and when he presses a button it extends. I'm ready, Aoki said. Yu attacks Aoki with several punches but Aoki defends herself with her steel baton, blocking all of Yu's punches and kicks. Aiko takes a step back and begins to spin the baton quickly and attacks Yu who blocks the attacks but Aiko takes the opportunity to attack Yu's legs, knocking her down and then kicking her away. DMN. I have to get out of here as quickly as possible, so I will have a free way to grow, Yu thought. I have to keep her in here, if she comes out it's a guaranteed defeat for me, Aiko thought. Elsewhere, Emi is in another interior, in front of her is Kaoruko. I see that you locked me inside, so you will limit my mass expansion size, Emi said. Unlike Takayama, you can control the size you grow, but I can still limit you in here, Kaoruko said. You're right about that. But there's something I didn't mention about my quirk. Suddenly a black substance tops Emi and she begins to grow a couple of meters until she stops before hitting the ceiling. Now with her quirk activated her appearance changes drastically and seems to be a kind of pitch black mass with a white mask for face with her facial features and long elastic arms. Under her face there are several white circles arranged in line. I don't think I can win. That's why I decided to fight Aoki-san, so the others can give us the victory, Kaoruko thought while creating some bubbles. Still, that doesn't mean I will go down without a fight. Back with Izuku, he is facing Sensoji. Well, if it's going to be this way, at least the good thing is that I'll fight the one most worth fighting, Sensoji said. So you would consider me someone worthwhile, Izuku said as he smiles and joins his palms and from these fire begins to emerge and take the shape of a wolf's head. So we have to give our best, right? Hey, that's why you're worth it, Sensoji said. Sensoji attacks Izuku with a blast while Izuku attacks with his fire. Both attacks hit and explode. The brightness of the blast was quite high. If it were because of my glasses I would have been blinded. Izuku thought as he watches Sensoji approach and attack him with another blast. Izuku jumps back to dodge the attack. He also wears sunglasses. Could it be that he is not immune to the flash of his own blasts? Alright, show me what you're capable of, Midoriya, Sensoji thought. In another part of another city, Endeavor is patrolling the streets like any other normal day. The streets are quiet. Endeavor sometimes uses this time to think about what he is going to do with his plans. On one side he has Shoto, his perfect creation. However, the boy, after what happened with his mother, has refused to use his fire despite all the training that Endeavor gave him. That is why this plan is on temporary suspension until one of two. Shoto overcomes his rebellious phase or enters UA, where he will be forced to use his fire due to the demands of the school program. On the other hand, he has Izuku, who looks very enthusiastic and has the personality to be able to fight All Might in rank when he is a professional. He just needs to focus more. He is very green. With him everything depends on how he does in the sports festival. He has to win it or it won't be worth it. If he does it, Endeavor will personally be in charge of training him to be the next number one. The only thing missing is to make him marry Fuyumi, and with that make him take her last name, and everything I would be ready. This option also opens up a third option in case he and Shoto fail. If he manages to father a child with Fuyumi who also possesses fire and ice, well, the options are very great. A grandson or granddaughter to fulfill his plans. At the same time, in the end even Fuyumi can be useful. While Endeavor thinks this, his mood improves. Having many options to fulfill his dream makes him feel good. It feels good to see that all his children are useful. Well, except Natsuo. However, his good mood disappeared when he heard a voice that was very easy to recognize. Well, how interesting to meet here, don't you think? Endeavor turns around to see the person on whom his goals are focused. We haven't spoken in a while, Endeavor. All Might. Endeavor said. Why the frown, Endeavor? All Might asked. Why don't we grab something to catch up? I don't have time to waste on you, Endeavor said. Besides, I don't think you should be so calm. Why is that? Endeavor asked. Soon, there is a student at UA with the potential to surpass you. You better not be careless because otherwise he will take away your number one position, Endeavor said. And I plan for that to happen. I will make sure that he surpasses me and surpasses you and becomes number one. Oh, so you plan on becoming someone's mentor? Pass the torch, All Might said. That's great, and I think it's great that you train him to be a great hero. I always like to see new promising heroes. You know, teaching sounds interesting. Call it what you want, but your days as number one hero are counted. He will surpass you. I will make sure of that, Endeavor said, and then turned around and then began to walk away from All Might. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go. There is work to do. It seems that Endeavor found a boy or girl to be his successor, or at least his protege. Maybe, All Might thought. Maybe I should do the same, in case he defeats me. I should ensure that one for all continues. Time is up. With a score of 2-1 catches, Team B is the winner, Best Jeanist said while Team B celebrates. In the end their plan resulted in capturing two, Yu and Sensoji, while the other team managed to capture one of them, Kaoruko. I'm sorry, at the end they captured me, Kaoruko said. There's no need to apologize, in the end it was your plan with which we managed to win, Izuku said. How could it be that we lost? Sensoji said. They took advantage of our weaknesses, Emi said. They didn't lock me and Takayama in closed places to limit or completely nullify our growth. I cannot regulate the size of how much I grow. If I do not have enough space to at least obtain the necessary strength to break the ceiling, my growth will stop and I will return to my normal size, Yu said. Well, I guess that shows us that despite having a disadvantage in fighting power, with a good plan you can beat anyone, Daichi said. Yes, I agree, Hana said. What nonsense, Sensoji said. Weren't you the other one who was captured from our team? Emi said. Yes, I know, I'm not stupid enough to deny what happened, Sensoji said. As much as I hate to say it, Midoriya is strong and he beat me fair and square. Congratulations to Team B for winning. Team A lost by relying too much on just their abilities and quirks. I don't want to say that's wrong, but it's very important to have a plan, no matter what, Best Jeanist said. A hero can't just jump into the enemy. He needs a plan. Jumping without a plan can not only endanger the hero but also anyone who is in danger. Anyway, this is the first exercise. You are here to learn and improve. Just make sure that next time you don't make the same mistake. Best Jeanist said. We will move on to the next exercise. We will change things a little and there will be no confrontations. Now they will be practice exercises. Yes, Best Sensei. Izuku yawns as he heads to Ua. Yesterday he stayed up late while texting with Fuyumi. It was worth it, he thought as he got off the train and headed down the station near Ua. Hey, Midoriya. Someone calls him from the distance. It's Kaoruko. Hello Kaoruko, how are you? Izuku asks his friend as they both walk together in the direction of Ua. Excited for what we are going to do today. Kaoruko said. It still feels unreal to me to have entered the hero course from the beginning. Right, I never wanted to ask so as not to get involved in other people's affairs, but, Izuku said. You entered through the principal's selection, right? Yes, at first I got the letter that I hadn't passed the practical exam, but then I got a hologram from the principal saying that I was given a special opportunity to enter the hero course. Kaoruko said. It was a roller coaster of emotions. Yeah, I can imagine, Izuku said. And what about you? I know you managed to pass the practical exam, Kaoruko asked. Yes, in fact I scored first, Izuku said. Really? That's cool, Kaoruko said. It's not that big of a deal, Izuku said. The two continue talking as they head to Ua. Blaze of Glory opening, song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Hyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face. She is smiling. Yosaru Katai Fubudo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Onshin Budo ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Night Night. The shot zooms in on Endeavor who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Serba I Ka Wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kodit Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harit Yami wo harit. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratera Ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Konjsen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakisuit Ike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tamanide. Kaoruko creates several bubbles. Mata Tamanide. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Sadoku Urumaki ni Yumareshi Kono Shoutai wo Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norware at a Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korant. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Once everyone is in the classroom, a few minutes later Best Jeanist arrives. Very well, another day has arrived and today we have something that we should have done the first day, but I forgot. Best Jeanist said, but now that you know each other better I think it will be faster. What are we going to do, Best Sensei? Emi asked. Today we will decide who will be the class representative, Best Jeanist said. That sounds cool, Renjiro said. I want to be the representative. It's my time to shine. You said. I will be the representative. Bullshit. The representative must be someone strong, Sensoji said. I am the right one for that position. It seems like everyone wants to be, at least most of them, Kaoruko whispered to Izuku. I can see it. Personally, I'm not interested in being the representative. Izuku whispered back. What about you? I wouldn't mind being the one, but with so many contenders it seems difficult, Kaoruko said. Well, I think you would do well. I mean, being the representative goes beyond just strength. Izuku said. In the end it was your plan with which we managed to win. Kaoruko blushes at the compliment. Well, I guess you're right about that, she said. I like that you all have so much initiative, but we can only have one class representative, Best Jeanist said. So how will we decide? Daichi asked. Through the easiest way. Democracy. Best Jeanist said. Everyone will vote for whoever they think will be a good class representative. Can we vote for ourselves? Hana asked. That's right, you can vote for yourselves, Best Jeanist said. Wouldn't that mean we could all just vote for ourselves? Yukihiro asked. In fact, it's quite ingenious, because that means that for one person to have several votes, others will not vote for themselves by choice, therefore they trust that person which makes them worthy of being the class representative, Kaoruko said. That's just what I was going to say, Izuku said. And she is right. Best Jeanist said. Now let's start, Midoriya, you are my favorite, let's start with you. I vote for Kaoruko, she devised the plan for us to win the other day, so my vote is for her. Izuku said. And also because I don't want to be the representative, so please don't vote for me. Are you seriously voting for me? Kaoruko asked. Yes, why not? Izuku said. And I was going to vote for Midoriya, Yukihiro asked. But the thing about Iwata-san is also true. Very well, Sakino, who do you vote for? Best Jeanist asked. Me, obviously, Sensoji said. All right, Takayama. I vote for myself, you said. Takahashi. I was going to vote for myself, but Midoriya's words are true, so I vote for Iwata-san, Renjiro said. All right, Kato, Iwata-san, Yukihiro said. Yoshida, I vote for Aoki-san, Hana said. Honda, my vote is for Iwata-san, Aiko said. Suzuki, your vote? I vote for Aoki-san, Daichi said. Okay, Aoki, I'll vote for Iwata-san, she deserves it, Emi said. All right, lastly, Iwata. He did it on purpose, right? Kaoruko thought. I'll vote for Aoki-san. Perfect. Then Iwata will be the class representative and because she has the second most votes Aoki will be the vice representative, Best Jeanist said. I like the results. Izuku said. Yes, me too, Renjiro said. All right, that's the end of this, your next class will start in a moment, we'll see you after lunch with the next hero class, Best Jeanist said. Cafeteria. This is unexpected. I never thought so many people would vote for me. Kaoruko said as she takes a bite of her lunch, fish. You deserve it, so celebrate it. Renjiro said while taking a bite into his hamburger. Thanks. Kaoruko said. That makes me wonder, why didn't you vote for yourself? Izuku asked while eating his lunch. Spicy noodles, spicy food is his favorite. Well, I was going to do it, but seeing that many people voted for me I felt that it would be very arrogant of me, Kaoruko said. That shows your humility. A leader needs humility in my opinion, Izuku said. I agree. Renjiro said. Now I see why you don't get along with Sakino, Kaoruko said. I think it was more because, and here I quote Sensoji, I ruined his chances with a girl, and that's why he hates me, Izuku said. Seriously, is he that pathetic? Kaoruko said. In fact I didn't ruin anything, Fuyumi was clearly zero interested, Izuku said. Normally Kaoruko and Renjiro would raise an eyebrow at Izuku calling someone by their first name, but it's Izuku, he calls everyone by their first name, so there's nothing strange to them. That's wrong. Renjiro said while shaking his head. When a lady says no, it's no. Exactly. Izuku said. You know, Kaoruko said. I like you guys. Thank you, class representative. Izuku said. Very good. Today's class will be different from the previous one. Best Jeanist said. The other day we focused on the fighting aspect, today we will focus on the other important aspect of hero work. How exciting. Renjiro said. Today we will work on rescues, Best Jeanist said. Alright. Aiko said. You will be divided into 2 teams and you will take turns who will be the ones who will rescue and who will be the rescued ones, Best Jeanist said. I see, one of the teams will act as civilians and the other as heroes, Izuku said to himself. As usual, the teams will be chosen at random, the team that has to act as victims cannot use their quirks, Best Jeanist said. Those who are the rescuers have to keep the damage to a minimum, practically to zero, also all of you will be able to choose whether or not to wear your hero suits. Why would we decide not to wear our suits, you asked. Because these I bet they were designed for combat, right, Best Jeanist said. So they may have things that interfere with the rescue, don't you think? Yes, that makes sense, Renjiro said. Very well, if there are no questions, go change and I will meet you outside to go to the place where we are going to train, Best Jeanist said. Alright guys, welcome to our new building for disaster simulations, we don't have a name for it yet but you will be the first to test it, Best Jeanist said. Some of us call it Controlled Disaster Simulator, it is the first version so it is still incomplete. On both sides of the hero there are 2 groups of 5 people, on the left are Sensoji, Izuku Kaoriko, Emi and Hana, on the right are Aiko, Renjiro, Daichi, Yu and Yukihiro. At the moment we only have 3 simulated scenarios, collapses in a city, disaster on a mountain and a city in ruins. Best Jeanist said, each team will take turns rescuing the other in each scenario. This place is great, Renjiro said. It looks like Universal Studios Japan, Izuku said. The facility consists of a dome-shaped building composed of 8 main sections, with 3 of them emulating a particular disaster scenario and the other 3 still in development, the other 2 are the entrance and a central plaza. We will start in the mountain area, Team 1 will be the victims in that scenario and Team 2 will be the heroes, Best Jeanist said. Very good, we start being heroes, you said while high-fiving Renjiro. I'll have to bring out my acting skills, Izuku said in a humorous way making the girls on his team laugh. Great, apart from having a clown on my team I'll also start acting like a victim, Sensoji said. Relax man, I'm just adding humor to the thing, Izuku said. Team 1, come with me, I will hide you in a place, Team 2 will have to search and rescue you, Best Jeanist said. Remember, treat this exercise as if it were a real situation. Yes, Best Sensei. Team 1, follow me, Best Jeanist said as he leads the team and leaves them at the bottom of a cliff. Remember, you are civilians so you can't use your quirks. Understood. Izuku said. Now, one of you will act fainted, another with a broken leg and the rest will be in a panic due to the situation, Best Jeanist said. I will be the fainted one, at least then I won't do anything, Sensoji said while laying down on the floor. I'll be the one with the broken leg. Emi said as she sits with her right leg extended. I guess we'll be the desperate ones. Izuku said and then took a breath and changed his expression to a scared one. Help. My friend is dying. Stop making a fool of yourself, Sensoji said annoyed. The fainted do not speak. Izuku said and then returned to his performance. Help us. Everyone tries to hold back their laughter. What are you laughing at? Best Jeanist said. He is in his role, I advise you to do the same, that is why Midoriya is my favorite. I guess it's part of the exercise, Kaoruko said and then kneeled in front of Emi. Oh my god. Are you okay? I don't know. My leg hurts, Emi said. Somebody help us, Hana said. Very well, I will go with the others to give them instructions, Best Jeanist said and then left the five alone. Meanwhile, the other team is waiting for Best Jeanist to return. Well, this is interesting, Aiko said. What's going on? Daichi asked. Apparently it is more than a simple rescue exercise, there are also conditions, Aiko said. Apparently there is a fainted person, Sakino, a person with a broken leg, Aoki, and the others are in a panic. How do you know? Renjiro asked. My quirk allows me to listen over long distances, we were a team, how did you forget? Aiko said. Right, sorry, my bad, Renjiro said. Alright guys, it's time to search. Best Jeanist said. Only there are some additions, first of all, the civilians who need to be rescued have. One person fainted, one with a broken leg and 3 who are panicking, Aiko said. Getting information from the beginning, good job. Best Jeanist said. There are also other rules, you have to keep the destruction to a minimum, we are rescuing people, not fighting villains, and, even if we are fighting villains, we must keep the damage to a minimum. It makes sense, any debris can hurt civilians, Yukihiro said. Right, other than that you can do whatever you want to rescue civilians, Best Jeanist said. But remember, treat this exercise as if it were something real. Yes, Best Sensei, alright, go ahead, I'll be with you, but, I will only be monitoring and qualifying you, Best Jeanist said. Very well, the first thing we have to do is identify where the civilians are, Daichi said. Leave it to me, Aiko said. I can identify the origin of the sound. Very well, guide us, Honda-san, Renjiro said. Aiko guides her team to the area where the other team is. Here they are, at the bottom of this crack, Aiko said. Alright, now we have to calm the civilians down and make sure they're okay, Daichi said. Is there anyone down there? The heroes are here. Help, my friend doesn't wake up, Izuku said. And our friend hurt her leg. Help us please, Hana said. Don't worry, we will help you, Daichi said and then turned to his team. Any idea how to get them out of there? I can become giant and get them out of there, you suggested. It could help, although we also need to tend to the wounded. Could you lower someone down there? Daichi asked. Of course, you said. We also have to attend to the one with the leg wounded, Aiko said. We can use my bandages, Yukihiro said. Although they are not part of my body as such, without part of me and my quirk, if they are cut they can grow back. Very well, Takayama, would you do the honors? Daichi said. With pleasure. You said and then she jumped to the other side of the cliff and began to grow and then extended her hand. Everyone get on board. Once everyone climbs onto Yu's hand, she takes them down to where the other team is. Everything is fine, the heroes had arrived. Please, my friend is not waking up, Izuku said. You can rest assured, we will take care of it, Daichi said. Honda-san, Kato-kun check on the injured. Aiko and Yukihiro approach Emi and treat her by bandaging her leg. Renjiro takes Sensoji, with Yu's help, to a safe place, then they take Emi and at the end everyone goes up, thus ending the first exercise. Good job, everyone acted correctly and adjusted correctly to the situation, Best Jeanist said. Now we will change the scenario, now Team 1 will be the one who will rescue, being the heroes, and Team 2 will be the civilians. Our turn to save people, Hana said. Honestly, being a victim was fun, Izuku said. At least acting like one, I don't mean that being a victim is something fun. Don't worry, we know what you mean, Kaoruko said. Can we get this over with? Sensoji said. Really, this is also part of the hero job, Hana said. I know. I just think that idiot isn't taking things seriously, Shinsoji said while pointing at Izuku. I'm just trying to add some humor to it, but trust me, Izuku said. I can get serious when the situation calls for it. Alright kids, it's your turn. This time the civilians are scattered all over the scenario. Best Jeanist said. Remember, keep the destruction as minimum as possible. Understood. Alright, go ahead, I'll be with you, but I will only be monitoring and qualifying you, Best Jeanist said. Does anyone has an idea on how to proceed? Easy, she can make clones, right? Shinsoji said while pointing at Emi. Let her create several clones to search for the lost people. That's not a bad idea. Kaoruko said. We can also search for ourselves and communicate with the earpieces. Good idea. Izuku said. We can divide the area into sectors to facilitate the search. That's a good plan, I like it. Hana said. That's a plan I can work with, Shinsoji said. Alright, Emi, do you mind? Izuku said. With pleasure. Emi said as she activated her quirk and grew, also creating several clones. Don't worry, the heroes are on the way, Izuku said, so that then the search begins. And just as it began, the search concluded. Thanks to Emi's quirk everyone was found quickly. The last one rescued was you, who was being carried in Izuku's arms. She's the last one, Izuku said. Oh, thank you, you are my hero, you said as he acts his part as a civilian, then gives several kisses to Izuku's cheek. Really? Yukihiro said while the others, except Shinsoji, laugh. Obviously there is nothing behind that action, they understand that those kisses are not serious. Alright, second exercise completed, Best Jeanist said. Good job. That was fun. You said while getting down Izuku's arms. Both teams did a good job, however they both had the same flaw. Best Jeanist said. After rescuing your teammates from the other team, none of you checked to see if there were anyone else injured or if there was another person to rescue. But there were only 5 on the other team, Renjiro said. Yes, but remember that we are treating the exercises as if they were real. Best Jeanist said. In a real situation you never know how many people need help, so you should always check that everyone is safe. **T, he's right. Izuku thought. Uwa once again shows how serious it takes things. I don't want you to be discouraged by that either. It's your first rescue activity and you did it well. It's just to give some feedback because in general you did it well. Best Jeanist said. It is okay to have mistakes in this type of exercises, that is what they are for, to ensure that when you are professionals you do not make these mistakes. Best Sensei is definitely the best, Renjiro said. Right. Kaoruko said. Now we will go to the third scenario where we will change things a little, Best Jeanist said. The third scenario is a city in ruins. Very well. As a third exercise we will do, Best Jeanist said while looking for something in his jacket. Well, that's unexpected. Is something wrong, Best Sensei? Kaoruko asked. Apparently I forgot something for today's exercise. Wait here, I'll be back in a few minutes. Best Jeanist said. Awada, you're in charge of the class while I come back. Yes. Kaoruko said. As Best Jeanist leaves the stage, everyone takes a moment to relax. Interesting class, don't you think? Daishi asked. I prefer classes like the other, more action, Shinsoji said. But this is also part of the hero job, Hana said. Saving people is the most important thing for me, Yukihiro said. Yes, but if you don't defeat the villains, people are still in danger, you said. Well, you're both right, Izuku said. I mean, the job of a hero is not only defeating villains, but it also includes saving people, but to keep people safe it is necessary to defeat villains. Although there are specialized heroes, that is, they focus on a single area of work. Aiko said. For example, Selkie, which focuses on coastal jobs. Or Ingenium, which focuses on patrols and pursuits, Emi said. And then there are those who do everything, like Endeavor, which although it focuses on fighting, also focuses on rescues and many other things, Renjiro said. Everyone continues their talk until Aiko hears something. Someone just entered the place. It seems that Best Sensei is back, she said. The break is over, you said. I don't see Best Sensei entering, Daichi said. Aiko. Could you identify where that person you heard is? Izuku said. I don't think it's necessary. Look over there. Emi pointed to someone standing at the top of the stage entrance. Who's that? You asked. The person is a muscular guy, a black shirt and shoulder pads with spikes, black gloves, beige pants, black boots and an orange gas mask with spikes. I don't know, but he looks dangerous, Yukihiro said. Who cares? Let's beat him up, Sensoji said. You know it could be someone from the school faculty, right? Kaoruko said. The guy just stares at them and from 1 second to the next he appears in front of them accompanied by a small gust of air. So fast, Izuku thought and then notices the guy retract his fist. Everyone, move. As soon as everyone moves, the guy attacks with a punch which generates a large gust of air that destroys one of the houses on the stage. So much strength. It reminds me of All Might's strength. Izuku thought and then lit his arms on fire. It seems that this time we will listen to Sensoji. Finally, Sensoji said. But, did you see that strength? Aiko said. We don't need to beat him, just keep them busy until Best Sensei returns, Izuku said. Nobody will help you. By the time your Best Sensei comes, you will already be dead, the guy said. Not if we defeat you first, Sensoji said as he approached and attacked him with a blast. To his surprise, the guy was not affected. That was a nice massage, the guy said and then tried to attack Sensoji. Luckily, Kaoruko managed to get him out of the way, leaving bubbles behind. The bubbles burst near the guy's face, leaving a bad smell. What is this smell? It's the smell of your defeat, Izuku said. Daichi, give me some wind. I will strengthen your fire, Daichi said and then attacked the enemy together with Izuku. When the fire and the wind join together it creates a large burst of fire. However, the guy easily dodges the attack. Not in my guard, Yukihiro said as he used his bandages to redirect the attack at the guy. Seeing this, the guy quickly with another punch creates another burst of air with which he destroys the attack. That was close, he thought. It's time for the final blow, Yu said the moment she grew up and stepped on the guy. Everyone breathes calmly thinking that it's over but, I'm sorry miss, the guy said appearing in front of Yu's face. But I won't go down that easy. The guy hits Yu with his finger, knocking her down. I got you, Emi said as she also grew and caught Yu before she hit the ground. The guy lands in front of the students. I told you already, you won't defeat me, he said. That doesn't mean we're going to give up, Izuku said. For the first time I agree with him, Sensoji said. Heroes never give up, Renjiro said. Yes, it doesn't matter how hard the situation is, Kaoruko said. And as future heroes we are not going to give up either, Daichi said as he shot a gust of wind at the ground and raised a lot of dust, which covers them all. Dust curtain. All right, everyone get moving, Kaoruko said taking the lead by being the representative. Suddenly the dust scattered around the guy who spun around quickly to create a small tornado. Now, where are you? The guy said and then saw how Kaoruko approached him and threw several bubbles at him which exploded and released a horrible smell. The smell distracts him allowing Renjiro to hit him with a fire punch. Then Aiko joins in by trying to attack him with her staff but the guy stops the attack with his hand and then slams her against Renjiro. The guy turns around to see Hana gathering electricity in her hands. I won't let you. The guy quickly attacks Hana with another gust of wind but Yukihiro gets in the way and uses his bandages to redirect the gusts of air elsewhere. My turn. Simple discharge. Hana attacks the guy with an electric shock from her hands. The guy protects his face while easily resisting the attack. We have to immobilize his arms. As soon as the electric attack ends, Yukihiro quickly catches the guy's right arm with his bandages. The guy tries to struggle but Renjiro punches him in the face. Punch to the face. Then he punches him again. Another one. Then a kick. Kick to the stomach. He then tries to hit him again but the guy grabs him by the face with his free hand and throws him against Yukihiro, thus freeing his other arm. However, the guy didn't have time to process what to do because Yu crushed him against the wall with her hand. I got you, and this time you won't escape, she said. I won't lose so easily, the guy said and then freed himself from Yu's grip using his strength. Then he took her by the finger and tried to send her flying. The girl shrank to avoid a disaster, but she still flew away. Luckily Daichi caught her in the air. The guy looks around but suddenly several enemy clones jump on his back to try to immobilize him. The guy tries to get them off of him but Yukihiro uses his bandages to trap his left arm. At that same moment Kaoruko and Aiko catch and immobilize his other arm. Renjiro immobilizes him on one leg. Daicho leaves Yu so that she can immobilize the other leg and Daichi helps Yukihiro with the bandages and the left arm. For lastly Hana tries to immobilize him by the chest. Because of the amount of people, the guy has difficulty moving, but it is difficult to keep him still. Izuku and Sensoji appear in front of him. What do you say, Sensoji? Izuku asked. Do we give the final blow? Sensoji smiled. Let's do it, he said. Izuku surrounds his fist with fire while Sensoji prepares a blast from his right hand. Both charge at the guy, but before they can attack him. Okay, I think that's enough. Suddenly Izuku and Sensoji's clothes tighten on their bodies, immobilizing them. When they turn to look, everyone is surprised to see that it is Best Sensei. I am impressed, in a good way. You all managed to act quickly in the face of an unexpected threat, Best Jeanist said. What do you mean, Best Sensei? Kaoruko asked. This was a test. I wanted to see how you would react in an unexpected situation, Best Jeanist said. I asked a fellow hero to dress up as a villain to help with this. Hearing this, everyone lets go of the guy and Best Jeanist lets go of Izuku and Sensoji. And who is this guy? Hana asked. You thought I was a villain. The guy said while taking off his mask, thus revealing his identity. But not, it was me. Dio, All Might. This person turned out to be the #1 hero, which left everyone speechless. All Might. That was the common scream. That's right, it's me, All Might. All Might said with his iconic smile. And I'm here because my good companion and hero Best Jeanist asked me for help teaching future heroes. All Might just helped us train. There can't be anything cooler than that, Renjiro said. #1 in person. I can't believe it, Kaoruko said. He's so cool, Sensoji said. First endeavor, and now All Might. Izuku thought. This is amazing. I'm glad you liked the surprise. Now I ask you not to say anything. I plan to do the same with Class 1B. Best Jeanist said. Now, to finish today's lesson, Best Jeanist pulls put a camera. Wouldn't you like to take a photo with All Might? Yes please. Everyone said. Do you mind taking some photos? Best Jeanist asked All Might. Of course, I am always here to please, All Might said as he took off the suit he was wearing, revealing that underneath he had his hero's suit. Because you did it well, I will take an individual photo with each of you and then a group photo. Cool. Everyone gets excited about this and proceeds to take their respective photo with the #1 hero. The good thing is that he doesn't mind doing any poses with the students. For his part, Izuku decided to do All Might's classic victory pose together. To him, fist raised and smile on his face. Finally, the group photo is about to be taken. Very well everyone, smile, Best Jeanist said to prepare the camera and join the group to take a photo with them. Classes are over for today and Izuku is on his way to the station to return home. As always he goes to the station with his friends Renjiro and Kaoruko. A photo with All Might, this is great, Renjiro said while looking at his two photos, the personal one with All Might and the group one. I know, Zumi will die of jealousy when she sees this, Izuku said. Zumi? Kaoruko asked. She's my younger sister, Izumi. She's a big fan of All Might, the biggest fan I would say, Izuku said and then changed his expression to one of shock. Wait. I forgot to ask All Might for his autograph for her. I'm sure there will be another chance for that, Kaoruko said. Idiot, someone else said. Apparently there is someone else with them. And what are you doing with us, Sakino? Renjiro asked. Don't tell me you also want to be part of the Midoriya squad. Midoriya squad? Izuku said. Seriously, is that what we're called? It sounds good, Kaoruko said. Still, that's a good question. Why are you with us? Don't get any ideas, Sensoji said. I'm only going with you because Midoriya and I live in Shizuoka. I see, Kaoruko said. It's okay. With you we are more in the Midoriya squad, Renjiro said. It's going to take me a while to get used to that, Izuku said and then everyone, except Sensoji, started laughing. Endeavor is in his home office, which is strange because he usually always does things in his agency's office, but he had some things to finish, so someone knocks on the door. "Come in," Endeavor said. The door opens and Fuyumi enters. "Hi, I brought dinner," she said. "I see, you can leave it on the desk," Endeavor said, and Fuyumi leaves him his dinner. Endeavor notices that Fuyumi wants to tell him something but can't, judging by how nervous she is. "Do you want to tell me something?" "Well, yes. In fact, the other day I was talking to Izuku and something occurred to us," Fuyumi said, the mere mention of Izuku making Endeavor pay attention to her. "As you know, Izuku has a younger sister who is the same age as Shoto, so it occurred to us that maybe they could have a playdate. Izuku said it could be at his house and his mom said she would like to meet us." At first, Endeavor was going to say no, a playdate would only get in Shoto's way, but then he started to think. This could benefit me, meeting Izuku's mother and starting to convince her that marriage between Izuku and Fuyumi is a good idea, in addition to gaining more favor with Izuku by getting along with his family. "Yes, that's a very good idea, Fuyumi." Endeavor smiles slightly without his daughter noticing. "Okay, Shoto can go to that playdate. When is it going to be?" "I know you don't like that Shoto stops training, but this could be." Fuyumi pauses as she processes her father's words. "Wait, did you just accept?" Endeavor raises an eyebrow at his daughter's disbelief. "Is it really that surprising that he would accept that?" "Yes, I agree with that, but you and I will go too, and Natsuo too. I can't leave him alone or else he'll do something stupid," Endeavor said. Fuyumi smiles at what her father said. "That's perfect, I'll make sure to talk to Shoto to teach him how to socialize a little and so that he doesn't mention something awkward," Fuyumi said. "If you allow me, of course." Endeavor knows very well what Fuyumi means by something awkward. Rei, her mother, yes, it would be inconvenient for Shoto to mention any of that. "I allow it," he said. Fuyumi smiles again. "Perfect, I'll talk to Izuku and we'll set a date. I'll let you know when it will be," she said. "I'll be waiting," Endeavor said, and when his daughter leaves the room he lets his smile appear. "Who would have thought that you would help me a lot to achieve my goals, Fuyumi? If I had known I wouldn't have left you aside so quickly." It's Sunday, a day that is usually for rest and relaxation, but for the Midoriya family it is something different, especially for Izumi. She has been excited since she woke up. "Zumi, relax a little," Izuku said. "How do you want me to relax? Endeavor is coming to the house," Izumi said. "Hero number 2, your favorite hero, is coming to the house." What happens is that Izuku cares more about the fact that Fuyumi is coming to the house, Inko said. Izuku sighs. "This is not about me, plus her other brother, Natsuo, will also come," Izuku said and then kneeled in front of Izumi. "Before they come, do you remember what we talked about for when you meet Shoto?" "Yes, you said that their mother is not with them and not to ask questions about that," Izumi said. "Right, from what Fuyumi told me, Shoto hasn't had any friends, you'll be the first, so try to go little by little, okay?" Izuku said. "Yes," Izumi said. "I'll show him my All Might collection." Izuku smiles. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinshu Jingai, Amananoke Matai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Ato wa Papara Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjin. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yoseru Katai Fubiodo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daijo hai nichijo ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. On Shinbayadu ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Nighteye Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Dana kao sherba e ka wakateru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotate kur yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harati Yami wo harati. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratara Azu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjuzan. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaregoto Nado wa Hakasud Aiktu. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mada Tominade. Kauruko creates several bubbles. Mada Tominade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yori mo Satoku Urumaki ni Umareshi kono Shotai wo ima wa tada noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Noroarita Boku no Mirai wo Suzu Shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Koronde. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru kono Isshin wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. The Todoroki family arrives at the apartment complex. Endeavor is about to ring the doorbell but Fuyumi stops him. Before everything, Fuyumi said and then kneeled in front of Shoto. Very well Shoto, remember, this girl has nothing to do with our situation. I know, don't mention anything about that, Shoto said. Also, she is quirkless and many bullied her for that, be a good person to her, Fuyumi said. Yes, I understand, Shoto said. Fuyumi smiles and looks at her father, who surprisingly has the flames on his face turned off. We can proceed, she said. Endeavor rings the doorbell and a few seconds later the door opens revealing Inko. Hello, you must be Endeavor-san. Please come in, Inko said giving the Todoroki family a pass. Upon entering, the Todoroki family looks at Izuku and a green-haired girl standing like a statue with a nervous face. So that's Izumi-chan. Fuyumi said. Go on Shoto, introduce yourself. Shoto approaches Izumi. Hi, I'm Shoto Todoroki, Shoto said in a monotone voice. Hi. I'm Izumi Midoriya, Izumi said nervously. Endeavor stares at Izumi and then turns to look at Izuku. Is she okay? He asked. Yes, she is quite shy and nervous when meeting new people, especially if there is a hero present, Izuku said. But don't worry, she'll be fine. At that moment Izuku notices Natsuo. And you must be Natsuo, a pleasure, Izuku said as he offers a fist bump to Natsuo. So you're the guy my sister talks about all the time, huh? Natsuo said while fist bumping Izuku. Yeah, I think so, Izuku said and then looked at Fuyumi and smiled. Hi. Hi. Fuyumi said. Meanwhile, Izumi and Shoto don't say anything, they just stare at each other. They're nervous and don't know what to say. Izumi decides to break the silence with the first thing that comes to mind. So, do you like All Might? She asked. This question had different reactions. Inko just giggles. Fuyumi is surprised, not by the question, but by how her father will react to it. Oh wow, she said. Natsuo just smiles. I like this girl, he said. Izuku lets out an awkward laugh and then looks at Endeavor. Sorry, he said. It's okay. I know All Might is loved by children, Endeavor said. Yes, I like All Might, Shoto said. Hearing this, Izumi smiles and takes Shoto's hand. Then I have to show you something, she said as she pulls Shoto towards her room. And there she goes, Izuku said. In the meantime, why don't you take a seat, Endeavor-san, Inko said. You can call me Enji, there's no need to be so formal, Endeavor said as he sits at the table. Fuyumi-kan, Natsuo-kun, take a seat too, Inko said. Izuku, bring the snacks. Sure, Izuku said while going to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Izumi opens the door to her room pulling Shoto inside, who is left speechless when he sees all the All Might merchandise, posters, banners, posters, figures, both small and life-sized. The entire room is covered in merchandise from All Might. All Might, except for Endeavor's autograph, the one that Izuku gave her. Cool, Shoto said, still in disbelief. Right, Izumi said as she climbs onto her bed to reach a pair of All Might figures on a shelf. That's why I want to be like him and like my brother when I grow up. Do you want to be a hero? Shoto asked. Yes, that has always been my dream, Izumi said while looking at one of All Might's figures in a melancholy manner. Even if it's difficult. I will become a hero who saves people with a smile, like All Might. Shoto is surprised by Izumi's words and, remembering his sister's words, those of being kind, he tells her, well, I think you can do it. Really? Izumi said while hugging Shoto. Thank you very much, except for my mom and my brother, you are the first person to tell me that. Izumi releases Shoto and hands him one of the All Might figures. Here, let's play heroes, you can be All Might, Izumi said. I'll like that, and you, what hero are you going to be? Shoto asked. All Might, of course, Izumi said. But, can there be two All Might? Shoto asked. In the perfect world I don't see why not, Izumi said. Shoto smiles slightly at these words. Back with the others, Natsuo is playing video games with a video game console that Izuku lent him. Inko is having a cup of coffee and Endeavor thinks about how to introduce the topic of marriage between Izuku and Fuyumi. He could try to convince her by using the status her family can get by her son marrying Fuyumi, but she doesn't seem to care about that, Endeavor thought. I have to find another way. Endeavor is brought out of his thoughts by Inko. Yes, he said. They are perfect for each other, don't you think? Inko asked. What? Endeavor asked. Inko points to the couches where Izuku and Fuyumi are talking as if no one else was there. What do you think? Inko asked. I think they'll become a couple. Endeavor is slightly surprised by Inko's comments. Apparently I won't need to convince her. He thought. Yes, I think the same. Inko smiles as an idea suddenly occurs to her. Check this out. She said. Izuku, can I ask you a favor? Quickly, Izuku prepares to help. Of course. What do you need? Izuku said. Can you please buy some sugar? Inko asked. You know, for the coffee. Izuku raises his eyebrow at this. Sure, Izuku said doubtfully as he takes the money. At that moment Endeavor realizes what Inko is doing. Yes, this can work. Endeavor thought as he took out some bills from his wallet. Fuyumi, go with him, buy me a soda. Okay, Fuyumi said while taking the bills. Let's go. Izuku said and both teens leave the apartment. So, where is the nearest store? Fuyumi asked. Yeah, Izuku said as he veered off the path. We're not going to the store. Why not? Fuyumi asked. Because it's obvious that it's a trick so that the two of us are alone, Izuku said. Are you sure about that? Fuyumi asked. My mom asked me for sugar for her coffee. She doesn't drink coffee with sugar, Izuku said. Oh, now that you mention it. My dad doesn't like soda. Fuyumi said. Kind of ironic when you start to think that he has a brand of soda. Yes, Hellfire Cola, I like that drink, Izuku said. Oh really? I'm surprised. People complained a lot about the drink being spicy, Fuyumi said. I don't know, it gave it a special touch, a shame they reduced the spicy flavor, Izuku said. I guess people weren't ready for something like that. More than anything, people don't drink spicy tasting drinks that with just smelling it will make your eyes water as if you've been sprayed with pepper spray, Fuyumi said while laughing. Nah, that was the best part, Izuku said. Fuyumi keeps laughing. You're crazy, she said. So, Mr. Crazy, what do you plan to do now that we're outside? Well, you know, take a walk, we can have something, I don't know, whatever comes up, Izuku said. Actually, there is in fact something I need to buy. Oh, and what's that? Fuyumi asked. They are the collectible hero cards. A new shipment of boosters arrived at a store that Zumi and I go to quite often to buy hero merchandise, Izuku said. Zumi? Fuyumi asked. Yes, it is a nickname that Izumi and I call each other. Since our names are similar, I call her Zumi and she calls me Zuku, or big brother, Izuku explained. That's so cute, Fuyumi said. The two continued on their way, talking about trivial topics, their families. They also had something to drink on the way until they reached the store. Hey Takeo, how are you doing? Izuku said while entering the store. The store owner seems to know Izuku, the eldest Midoriya. How are you feeling? Strange to see you without mini Midoriya, the owner said. She's with some friends, so I'm here as a messenger, Izuku said. Friends? Is it Katsuki? The owner asked. No, Izuku said flatly. Right, the owner said and then noticed Fuyumi. And who is your friend? She is the sister of Zumi's friend, and also my friend, Fuyumi-chan, Izuku said. Hi, nice to meet you, sir, Fuyumi said. Likewise, any friend of Izuku is welcome, the owner said. So, are you coming for the usual? You know it, Izuku said, and the guy takes out a box with several packs of cards. Has anyone found All Might's card yet? No, not yet, the owner said. What do you mean? Fuyumi asked. Oh, each pack comes with a collectible hero card, but there is a limited edition All Might card. There are only 10 of those and so far no one has found any, Izuku explained. Hey, why don't you buy one for Shoto? Are you sure? Fuyumi asked. It would be a good gift. Also, there are not only All Might cards, there are also many other heroes, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Yoroi Musha, etc., Izuku said. Not a bad idea, why not? Fuyumi said. Well said, Izuku said. Takeo, it will be 2 packs then. The owner smiles. Go ahead and choose your pack, he said. Izuku walks over and looks at the packs. So, where is the good stuff? He asked. If I knew, I would already have one, the owner said. Izuku smiles and after looking at the packs he grabs one. Your turn, he said to Fuyumi. Fuyumi smiles and quickly grabs the first envelope she sees. Alright, let's go, Izuku said, so that then they both paid for their respective pack. By the way, Izuku, the owner said and then gave a card to Izuku, your personal order. Izuku takes the card, realizing that it is Endeavor's new collectible card. He smiles and then shows it to Fuyumi. My personal favorite, he said. Fuyumi smiles. She knows well that, although her father is not the best father there is, as a hero he is someone to admire. She can't blame Izuku for Endeavor being his favorite. After the small shopping trip, the two begin the return trip. Now that I think about it, and I hope I don't get into a delicate topic, you've never mentioned your dad. Did something happen or? Fuyumi said. Oh, that, he's fine. Dad works abroad. I did spend several years with him. A few years after Zumi was born Dad had to leave. It was before Zumi was diagnosed as quirkless, Izuku said. But everything is fine. We don't see him in person but sometimes we talk by video call. It's difficult because of the time difference here with the United States, which is where Dad works. I see. I wish I could do the same with Mom. Fuyumi inadvertently said the last thing out loud. Oh, is she? Izuku said, not wanting to force Fuyumi to tell him something she doesn't want to talk about. Realizing that she spoke out loud, Fuyumi quickly answers. No. She's not dead or anything like that. It's just that, let's say she's not in good health, and unfortunately we can't visit her. Fuyumi said. Like you, I was able to spend several years with her, but an accident happened and, it was more or less when Shoto was 5 years old. It was also where Shoto, Fuyumi said, the latter touching the left side of her face. Izuku understands immediately. It is difficult not to notice the scar on the face of the youngest Todoroki, but he preferred not to say anything. If he is going to find out about these things, it will be because Fuyumi or someone else in his family decided to tell him on their own, not because he asked them. That accident affected her a lot and she had to be admitted to a hospital. Then she got worse when what happened with Toya and Fuyumi doesn't finish speaking as Izuku hugs her. It's okay. You don't have to tell me anything else. If it's something you don't like to talk about, you don't have to say more, Izuku said. Fuyumi said, tears coming out of her eyes, and she hugged Izuku back. I miss her so much. I know, Izuku said. I know. Izuku and Fuyumi return to Izuku's house where they are greeted by Izuku, Natsuo, and Endeavor. You're back, Inko said. Where's the sugar? Yes, I know you don't drink coffee with sugar, Izuku said. That doesn't matter, it's time to go, Endeavor said. Izumi and Shoto meet up with the others. How did it go? Did you have fun? Inko asked. Yes, we play heroes, Izumi asked. Oh really? Fuyumi said. Yes, it was fun, Shoto said. Fuyumi smiles. Little by little she will make Shoto have the life he deserves. She owes that to her mother. By the way, Izumi, I brought you something, Izuku said as he hands her the pack he bought for his sister. A card pack. Have the new ones arrived? Izumi asked while taking the pack. Here Shoto, I bought one for you too, Fuyumi said as she hands him the pack she bought for her brother. Shoto takes the pack. Thank you, he said, and Fuyumi smiles. Endeavor raises an eyebrow at this, but before he can say anything, oh my god, Izumi said after looking at the card she got. It's the limited edition card of All Might. There are only 10 of these. Man, you really got it, Izuku said, obviously happy for his sister. Shoto looks at Izumi and then opens his envelope. When he sees which card he got, he is completely surprised. It's the same one, he said, showing the card. Indeed, it is the same as Izumi's. Oh wow, Fuyumi said. Who would have thought? It's like a token of friendship, Inko said. This is amazing, it must be destiny, Izumi said. Shoto said and then looked at his father. If with this I can achieve my goals, I guess there can be some All Might merch in my house, Endeavor thought. You can keep the card, Shoto. This leaves your children completely surprised. This is something completely unexpected. It's time to go, Endeavor said. I guess I'll see you later, Fuyumi said. Sure, Izuku said. Shoto looks at the All Might figure that Izumi lent him. Here you go, Shoto said while trying to return it. Izumi looks at the figure in Shoto's hand, but instead of taking it, Izumi brings it to Shoto. You can keep it, I'll give it to you, she said, and this time the surprised ones are Inko and Izuku. Izuku said without quite believing what is happening. His sister, who doesn't let anyone touch her All Might collection, not even him. She's giving one of her All Might figures to someone else. Shoto looks at Izumi in surprise but then looks at Endeavor in fear. Using all his will to not curse his luck, Endeavor speaks. You can keep it, Shoto, he said. Everything for the plan, he thought. It's time to go. Well, see you, Shokan, Izumi said. Shokan, Shoto said. Yes, it's a friendship nickname, you know, Shoto. Shokan, it sounds good, Izumi said. I see, well, see you later, Shoto said. I know, see you later, mission. Izumi is surprised by the nickname Shoto gave her but then smiles. Much better than Deku, Izuku thought. The Todoroki family is returning home, Endeavor driving while Fuyumi is in the passenger seat and Natsuo and Shoto in the back. Fuyumi looks in the rearview mirror. Shoto is looking at the All Might card that she bought him and the All Might figure that Izumi gave him. A smile appears on his face and he hugs both objects. This scene moves Fuyumi, who cannot avoid shedding a tear of happiness. Mom. I wish you could see this, she thought. Unbeknownst to anyone, Endeavor also saw this. The traffic light was red so he could see the scene. Usually he wouldn't care, but there is something that makes him uncomfortable seeing his son smile like he did many years ago, when Ray was still with them. That scene made him feel bad. but bad in the sense of being upset with the scene. Why is it affecting him so much? Endeavor ignores these thoughts as he sees the traffic light turn green. Endeavor continues driving home. In an alley in the city, the night hides the alley in the shadows. In the alley there are two people. One is an unidentified corpse. The second person is a guy dressed in black pants, a gray hoodie, gray shoes, a red scarf that resembles teeth, and, covering his face, he has a white mask with two red horns on the forehead. On the forehead of the mask he also has a painted drawing of what appears to be the head of a creature opening its mouth and showing the fangs. In his right hand he has a bloody sword, implying that he is the one who killed the other person. The masked man is motionless. He seems to be thinking. Suddenly he points his sword to his right where there is now a hooded guy. The hooded man raises his right hand and a mouth appears in his palm. "I see you finished your assignment, Shadow," the guy said through the mouth in his hand, his voice monotonous and emotionless. The masked man, now identified as Shadow, lowers his weapon and holsters it on his belt. "Do you have a new assignment for me?" Shadow asks. Like the hooded man, his voice is monotonous and without emotion. The hooded man hands Shadow a paper. "Yes, this is one of the important ones," he said. Shadow takes the paper and reads it. "Understood, I'll take care of it tomorrow night," he said. "No, you will do it tomorrow morning," the hooded man said. "Any particular reason?" Shadow asked. "You know I move better in the dark." "I know, but tomorrow everyone will be busy and distracted with something else," the hooded man said. The next morning, an event is taking place at the UA Stadium. "Welcome, dear listeners, to the UA Sports Festival. Blaze of Glory opening, song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitan." In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. "Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Hyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da." Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. "Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan." Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face. She is smiling. "Yosaru Katai Fubudo na Jinsei." In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. "Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga." On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. "Onshin budo ni batsu kosei." Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. "Todoru Kyoku boku ni ibasho." In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. "Nado nai kara." On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. "Yumi no Hazama de Night Night." The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. "Donna Kao Serba I Ka Wakataru Dekido Mata." We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. "Kodit Kur Yo." The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. "Yami wo harit, Yami wo harit." Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. "Yuru no Tobari ga Oratera Azu da." Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. "Itai shite Mawaru." Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. "Konjsen." Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. "Zaragoto Nado wa Hakisuit Ike 2." People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends his arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. "Mata Tamanide." Kaoruko creates several bubbles. "Mata Tamanide." Aoki trains with her steel baton. "Dare Yori mo Sadoku Urumaki ni Yumareshi kono Shoutai wo ima wa tada noroi." Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norware at a boku no mirai wo suzu shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korant. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru Kono Ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. A week before. Very well guys, next week will come the event that probably many, or perhaps all, of you are waiting for. Best Jeanist said. Don't tell me that, Renjiro said. It's about time, Sensoji said. The biggest, most important sporting event of the entire year, Izuku said. That's right, the sports festival is coming. Best Jeanist. The event that replaced the Olympic Games once quirks became the norm. Finally, we will be able to demonstrate what we are worth in front of the professionals, Hana said. The better you do it, the more chances of being chosen by a professional you will have, Yukihiro said. It's my time to shine, with a quirk everyone will see me, Yu said. Well, she's right about that, Aiko said. Having a flashy quirk is useless in the end you can't show it, Daichi said. The sports festival is an event where many professionals attend in search of possible candidates for interns and sidekicks. Best Jeanist said. Having a flashy quirk is useful, but what matters most is demonstrating your proficiency with your quirks as well as the uses you give them. You mean, we have to show what we are capable of and how useful we and our quirks can be, Izuku said. Exactly. Best Jeanist said. Obviously most professionals look for people with strong quirks, but there are also professionals who look beyond that and look for people with useful quirks or people with useful abilities. We have to show that, even if we don't have quirks useful for combat, we can be useful, Kaoruko said. I have always considered the sports festival as a letter of introduction, demonstrating who you are and what you are capable of. Best Jeanist said. The sports festival will take place next week. You will have this entire week free, starting at lunch today, to train and prepare for the sports festival. We'll be ready, Best Sensei, Izuku said. Alright, by the way, Midoriya, I need to talk to you for a moment. Best Jeanist said. I'll see you after lunch, before you leave. Very well, if you have no more questions that's all for now. You are free to do whatever you want when your next teacher arrives, just don't leave the classroom, Best Jeanist said. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform at the sports festival. Let's rock it, Sensoji said in a rare display of camaraderie. The sports festival, how exciting, Kaoruko said. Do you think I can stand out? I don't see why not, Renjiro said while enjoying his lunch. Well, unlike you, my quirk isn't very flashy, Kaoruko said. Whether it's flashy or not doesn't matter. You have to show what you're capable of, Sensoji, who has been hanging out with them lately, said. What's the point of having a powerful quirk if you don't know how to do shit with it? He's right, Izuku said while enjoying his spicy food. Just try your hardest and fight with everything you have. We will have a week to train and prepare, Renjiro said. A week without classes. The sports festival has always been a very big event. So big that during the event people are allowed to stop working to watch it, Izuku said. Isn't that dangerous? Kaoruko asked. Interestingly, that day is also the day with the fewest crimes and villain attacks per year, Izuku said. The event is so important that even the villains don't attack or watch it. Wow, Renjiro said. More reason to demonstrate our strength, Sensoji said. The four of them continue eating until lunchtime is over. Because of the sports festival they can now go home, except for one person, Izuku. You can go without me, Best Sensei wants to talk to me, Izuku said. Are you sure? We can wait for you if you want, Renjiro said. Nah, It's okay. Don't worry. Izuku said and then said goodbye to his friends and met Best Jeanist in the teacher lounge. Did you want to talk to me, Best Sensei? Yes, it's quick, just talking about something for the sports festival. Best Jeanist said. You scored first in the entrance exam, right? Yes, but I don't know what that has to do with the sports festival, Izuku said. Yes, because of that you have to give a speech at the opening of the sports festival as a representative of the first years, Best Jeanist said. A speech? Izuku said. Shouldn't it be Kaoruko or the representative of Class 1B? Yes, but I don't make the rules, Best Jeanist said. So prepare a speech for the public. Very good, at least they warned me, Izuku said. That would be all. Yes, you can leave now, you are my personal favorite to win, but as a teacher I support all my students equally, Best Jeanist said. Thanks, I'll do my best, Izuku said and then left the teacher's lounge and then returned to his house. Upon arriving home, and after greeting his mother and sister, Izuku enters his room. Unlike his sisters, his room is more normal. So to speak, Izuku is a big fan of Endeavor, not at the level of his sister with All Might of course. In his room there are a couple of posters and 2 figures of Endeavor. He also has an Endeavor hoodie. Outside of that he has a desk with a computer which he mainly uses to do homework and play video games with friends online. His bed is single and, unlike his sisters, it's not done. On his desk he also has the photos he took with All Might. His sister was incredulous when he told her about what happened. Finally he has a pair of weights and a boxing bag to train lightly. Izuku lies on his bed thinking about what he will do this week. Training will be the easy part, the speech. He doesn't know what to do with that. He quickly takes his phone and dials. Hello Izuku. How are you? Fuyumi said on the other end of the line. Hello. Everything is fine, how are you? Izuku said. I'm fine. Doing homework, Fuyumi said. Cool. I know it's a weird question but, is Endeavor there? Izuku asked. I think so, Fuyumi said. Is something happening? No, everything is fine, I just want to ask him something, to see if he can give me some advice, Izuku said. Okay, give me a minute, Fuyumi said. Izuku gets up from his bed and sits at his desk. After a few minutes someone speaks on the phone. What's going on? Endeavor asked. Hello. Sorry to bother. You see, the sports festival is next week, and as the first scorer in the entrance exam they told me that you have to make a speech, right? Endeavor said interrupting Izuku. Yeah, I was wondering if you had any advice, Izuku said. No, Endeavor said. There is no advice, just say what you feel at that moment, that's what I did. I see, that actually makes a lot of sense, Izuku said. Thanks. Sure, Endeavor said. I'll be watching you, you better surprise me. I will do it, thank you very much, I won't take up any more of your time, Izuku said and then hung up the phone. Here you go. Endeavor returns the cell phone to Fuyumi. The sports festival, Fuyumi said. Why don't you take Shoto? It could help him by watching future heroes compete. And who knows, maybe seeing Izuku use fire will help him too, you know. That's an excellent idea, Endeavor said. Would you like to come too? I need someone to take care of Shoto since I will be looking for future candidates for the agency. Sure, I'd like to see Izuku compete, Fuyumi said. And what about Natsuo? What about him? Endeavor asked. Didn't you say that you can't leave him alone or he will do something stupid? Fuyumi said. Good point, I'll get you 3 tickets to the sports festival, Endeavor said. Great, well, see you, I still have homework to do, Fuyumi said and then left the room. Endeavor stares at the door of his office. There is something that is bothering him but he doesn't know what it is. His plans are going very well. Shoto even seems to be overcoming that rebellious stage of not wanting to use his fire, but why is it bothering him so much? Endeavor ignores this feeling and continues reviewing papers. The rest of the week was a bit hectic. Between training, helping his mother at home, since he is not going to class he can help his mother, spending time with Izumi and texting with Fuyumi, the time flew by, and for now when he realized it was already the day of the sports festival, Izuku meets up with his group of friends and together they go to the station where they will take the train that will take them to the stadium. I can't wait. Renjiro said. I have never been so anxious about something since the UA entrance exam. I'm nervous, Kaoruko said. Nervous. I'm excited. Sensoji said. I am ready to show what I am capable of. Izuku said. At that, while the others continue talking, he feels something, as if someone was watching him. Izuku turns around and looks at a person in the seat in front of him staring at him. Said person is a man with short black hair, eyes dull blacks and a blank expression. Hi, Izuku said hesitantly. The guy continues looking at him for a few more seconds until the train stops. He gets up, takes the backpack that he has next to him and leaves the train without saying anything. That was strange, Izuku thought. The guy continues on his way, walking through the streets until he reaches a building, a laboratory building. The guy enters a nearby alley and leaves his backpack on the ground, opens it and proceeds to put on his clothes. This guy turned out to be Shadow. I'm ready, Shadow said through a communicator. You arrived early. There is still time. Wait for my signal. A female voice said through the communicator. Just like Shadow, the voice is monotonous and emotionless. Meanwhile inside the laboratory, the scientists and guards gather in a room. It's about to begin, one of them said. The sports festival that has just begun is being broadcast on television. Welcome, dear listeners, my name is Present Mike and I will be your commentator at the request of UA's principal. Pro Hero Present Mike, a relatively new hero, said. Another year where the students will show what they are capable of. Entering first we have the students of Class 1A of the Hero Department under the tutelage of the great best genist. Class 1A enters the stadium to several cheers from the public. People are undoubtedly excited. A lot of people, Kaoruko said. Too much, Aiko said while covering her ears. The bad thing about having a quirk that increases hearing is that places that are already noisy are even more so. I don't know. I like all this attention, you said while greeting the public. Meanwhile, in the public stands, look, there's your boyfriend, Fuyumi, Natsuo said. Izuku is not my boyfriend, Fuyumi said. Next to her is Shoto and next to Shoto is Natsuo. I never said it was Midoriya, Natsuo said. Izuku is literally the only person from UA we know, Fuyumi said and then turned to see Shoto. How are you? Excited? Yes, a little bit, Shoto said. Let's also not forget the amazing Class 1B of the Hero Department, who are under the tutelage of the great Edgeshot, Present Mike said. Of course, there are also Classes C, D and E from General Studies, F, G and H from the Support Department, and Classes I, J and K from the Business and Administration Department. The rest of the classes enter and, except for Class 1A and 1B, the others had moderate cheers. We also have our referee Edgeshot and security supervisor Magistic, Present Mike said. I give you the word, Edgeshot. Thank you very much. Everyone welcome to UA's Sports Festival, Edgeshot said. Before we begin we have the opening speech, representing the first years, Izuku Midoriya, from Class 1A. Are you going to give a speech? Kaoruko asked. Yes, it's just what Best Sensei wanted to talk to me about, Izuku said as he goes up to the box to give the speech. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. Being here is a dream come true, but we are just getting started. Me, my fellow students from Class 1A, my fellow students from Class 1B and my fellow students from the rest of classes, we are all here to do our best. To become what we want, to fulfill our dreams. This is the time to say, I am here. It's time to go plus ultra. Plus ultra. Both spectators and students said. What a good speech. Kaoruko said. Right. Renjiro said. Cool. Shoto said. That was a good speech. Natsuo said. So handsome, Fuyumi said. The speech was, handsome, yeah. For his part, Endeavor is standing, preferring to watch the event standing rather than sitting. That's right Izuku, you will fulfill my dreams, he thought. Very well, you can start. The woman said through the communicator and Shadow leaves the alley. There is no one in the streets, everyone is busy watching the sports festival. Shadow advances until he is in front of the laboratory doors. Is everything ready? He asked. Give me a second. Ready. The alarms and sensors are deactivated. I can't deactivate the cameras because it would make them notice, the women said. Understandable. Shadow said and then approached the door. It can only be opened with an access card. I need an access card. Give me a second, the girl said, so that then the door opened. I can't help you any further from here. The system is very complex and I'm not going to risk activating something I shouldn't. Understood. I'll take care of the rest, Shadow said as he entered the building. Shadow walks through the laboratories. His step is silent and slow. He does not want to notice his presence. What you are looking for is in the main laboratories. You need a red access card to be able to access without problems, the woman said. Understood, Shadow said while walking the corridors of the place. There is no one here. They are not logical people. Nobody in this society acts logically, the woman said. We will change that, Shadow said, but then he heard people approaching and quickly hides in one of the corners. 2 scientists pass by in the hallway. Man, the first event was intense, right? One of the scientists said. Yes, that kid, Midoriya, finished first, the other scientist said. Shadow watches the scientists approach. One of them brings the card he is looking for. Now I just need to get it, he thought while the scientists pass by. They did not see him because the shadows literally surrounded him. When the scientists pass, the shadows fade away revealing Shadow. Question mark. AKA Shadow. Quirk. Shadow manipulation. Shadow's quirk allows him to manipulate and control shadows. He can attack, immobilize his enemies and hide by surrounding himself with shadows. Hold on a moment, I'm going to the bathroom, the target scientist said as he separated from the other. And this is how it will be, Shadow thought as he follows the scientist. The scientist finishes washing his hands when in the mirror he sees Shadow behind him. When he turns around he is greeted by a punch in the face that knocks him out. Shadow grabs him by the face so that he doesn't fall to the ground, takes the card and then leaves him in the corner of the room, and with his quirk he makes the shadows cover him. I have the card, Shadow said. Go through the main hallway and enter through the double glass door. What we are looking for is in Laboratory 5. The woman said. Understood, Shadow said. I have to hurry, the others will notice that this guy hasn't returned. Blaze of Glory opening. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Katan. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Uzu Muzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinsho Jingai, A Mononoke Midai Da. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kyoshin Tenkai Inochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Papera Pa na, Nakama Naki Ninjan. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Kaoruko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face. She is smiling. Yosaru Katai Fubudo na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Seinu mo nai daiju hai nikiju ga. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Onshin Budo ni Batsu Kosei. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku ni Ibasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yumi no Hazama de Night Night. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Serba I Ka Wakaru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kodit Kur Yo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wo harit Yami wo harit. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yuru no Tobari ga Oratera Ezu da. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Shite Moaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Konjsen. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakisuit Ike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends his arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonide. Kaoruko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonide. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare yori mo Satoku urumaki ni yumareshi kono shoutai wo ima wa tada noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jetpack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwar at a boku no mirai wo suzu shite. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Korant. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kanai Atami Daite wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sakai ga Mataru kono ishun wo. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Shadow accesses the security laboratories, advances through the corridors until he reaches the indicated laboratory. Using the card he enters the laboratory. I'm in, Shadow said. You already know what to look for, the woman said. Shadow uses the card to open a storage room. Inside it there are several labeled test tubes. Shadow begins to look for the ones he needs. In the security room they are watching the sports festival on one of the screens. However, a light turns on. Has anyone opened one of the storages? A guard said. Yes, in Laboratory 5. Another guard said, turning on the laboratory camera. And who is that? Is he taking one of the samples? The first guard said. Come on, ring the alarm. The alarm doesn't work, the other guard said. Call Rhino, he must be in the break room. I'll try to stop this guy. The first guard said and then took a gun that was in a locker. The second guard looks at the screen where they were watching the sports festival for a second and then gets up. Back with Shadow, he takes the test tube he was looking for. Venom from the king cobra, one of the most poisonous snakes in the world. He said to himself and then placed the test tube in a container and then put it in his backpack. Shadow is about to leave when he notices a guard enter. Suddenly duplicates of himself emerge from that guard, each one carrying a weapon in hands. Very well, friend. Come out and we will do things the easy way, or not, I don't care, the guard said. I have a guard, he seems to be looking for me, Shadow said. They probably discovered the guy the first knocked out. If that's the case, change plans, move quickly, the woman said. If you are discovered it is only a matter of time before a hero arrives. I can take care of a normal hero, but I won't risk it, Shadow said. I'll prepare for a quick exit. I'm also preparing my withdrawal. I'll see you later, the girl said and then cut the communication. Shadow leaves the lab. The guard finds him. That's right, make things easy, the guard said as he and his duplicates point their weapons at him. Don't worry, I was leaving already, Shadow said. Sorry, that's not an option, the guard said and then shot Shadow. However, with a swing of his sword, Shadow deflected the bullet. Seeing the bullet, Shadow realizes that it is a tranquilizer dart. This will be easier then, Shadow thought. The guard and his duplicates begin to shoot darts at Shadow and he deflects them all with his sword. Since they are darts and not bullets, they are not as fast, therefore they are easier to deflect. What Shadow does not notice is that one of the duplicates is approaching from behind, or at least that is what it seemed like since, suddenly, a Shadow grabs the duplicate by the leg and then smashes him against the glass wall of one of the laboratories. Crashing through the glass, the replica disappears a few seconds after receiving the damage. This caused the guard and his duplicates to stop shooting and look at the destroyed glass wall. That can't be good, the guard said as he saw how Shadow began to advance little by little towards him. Shoot. All the duplicates begin to shoot, but Shadow deflects all the shots as he advances towards them. Suddenly one of the duplicates is pinned against another glass wall of one of the laboratories. Then he is stamped on the ceiling by a shadow so that Shadow make a cut on his back. Seeing how Shadow advances without problems, the guard begins to retreat, leaving his duplicates to try to stop Shadow. Shadow uses the shadows to disarm everyone and attacks each of them with his sword, little by little reducing the duplicates to none, leaving only the original guard who opens the door and tries to get away from Shadow, who slowly follows him. However, as soon as Shadow steps out of the laboratory room, someone tackles him so hard that he goes through the adjacent wall. Shadow falls to the ground and remains motionless for a few seconds, processing what just happened. He looks to his left and sees several scientists with confused faces, then he looks to his right to see a television. The second event of the sports festival is over. In first place we have Team Midoriya. The television continues to broadcast the sports festival. At this moment you can see Izuku bumping fists with Karuko and Renjiro. Shinsoji is also with them as part of the team, only he is not part of the celebration. Shadow gets up from the ground. The sports festival has entered its third phase. I still have time. The first 2 rounds have always been the fastest. Shadow thought and then checked his backpack. The poison is still intact. It's a good idea to have brought a cross-body backpack and not one that goes on your back. Shadow leaves the room through the same hole through which he entered. When he leaves, he meets face to face with the guy who attacked him. The person is a muscular and tall guy. He wears a completely gray full-body suit which only shows his face. The most notable feature is the horn on the guy's head. The horn resembles the horn of a rhinoceros, all the suit itself resembles a rhino in general. You're still standing, huh? The guy said. Usually one tackle on my part is enough to defeat my opponents. The professional hero Rhino, Shadow thought. I didn't know there was already a hero present, we hadn't contemplated it. Rhino, Quirk. Rhinoceros. Rhino's quirk gives him all the abilities of a rhinoceros: increased strength, greater speed despite his size, a robust and resistant body and a rhinoceros horn on his head. Rhino wastes no time and charges at Shadow, but several shadows stop him. I have no desire to fight, I already have what I need, let's avoid destroying this place anymore and let me go, Shadow said. I'm sorry, Rhino said and then used his pure physical strength to free himself from the Shadow's grip. But that won't happen. Rhino charges at Shadow again. So irrational. Shadow thought as he used his shadows to propel himself and pass over Rhino, who crashes into the wall. There is no other option, I will have to fight. Shadow thought as he attacked Rhino with his sword, but he turns around and clashes his horn with the sword. They both begin to struggle. I'm sorry, but you won't defeat me with brute force alone, Rhino said as he pushed Shadow and made him crash into a wall. Luckily this time he didn't go through it. Yes, I already assumed that, Shadow said as he stands up. I've never been the fighter of the group. I need to finish this quickly, I'm not good at long battles. Alright, it's time to catch a villain and get back what you stole, Rhino said, ready to fight. Thank you for waiting. Dear listeners, the third event of the sports festival has begun, Present Mike said. The first fight will be red hot. Literally, 2 opponents with fire powers. As Present Mike announces the matches, Izumi and Renjiro enter the arena. On one side we have the one who has been first in everything, Izuku Midoriya, Present Mike said. So Izuku's going to fight first, Fuyumi said from the public stands. He came in first in the first event, the game of tag, and with his team took first place in the second event, capture the flag. Natsuo said. I think he will win. Meanwhile, Endeavor watches with interest. So far you've done well, just one more obstacle, he thought while looking at Izuku. His performance so far has been excellent. He placed first in the first event, the elimination event. With his team he placed first, the qualifying event. Now he just needs to win the third event, the tournament, which luckily turned out to be a match. I remember last year it was an arm wrestling tournament. On the other side we have someone who has been consistently at the top. Also from Class 1A, Renjiro Takahashi, Present Mike said. I don't plan on holding back just because you're my friend, Renjiro said. So, no hard feelings, okay? I'd be angrier if you held back, because I won't either, Izuku said. If both fighters are ready, Edgeshot said. Let the fight begin. Humane Laboratories, not to be confused with Humorize. are one of the few laboratories that are still dedicated to researching the different types of poisons that exist in order to be able to manufacture an antidote. Since the rise of quirks, more specifically healing quirks, this type of research has been almost completely reduced. People prefer someone with a quirk to heal them rather than an antidote. However, at Humane they know that there won't always be someone with a healing quirk present, which is why they are still dedicated to developing antidotes. That's the same reason why these kinds of places don't have much security. No one attacks these places, so you don't expect a hero to be there either. Rhino goes through the wall, looks around and then back behind him. "You're quite slippery," Rhino said to Shadow. "I already said it, I have no desire to fight," Shadow said. "But I see that I have no choice." Shadow uses the shadows to pin Rhino against the wall, then proceeds to attack him with his sword. However, Rhino frees one of his arms and punches him in the stomach, knocking him down. "Sorry, but when it comes to physical strength, there is no one stronger than me," Rhino said. Shadow gets up from the ground. "That is an unbelievable and false statement," he said. "Objectively speaking, yes, you are stronger than average, but you are far from the big leagues. All Might would be the strongest, with Endeavor as a close second. Putting it in a certain way, it would be comparing a stick with a sledgehammer." "Oh really?" Rhino said and then charged at Shadow. "I'll show you who's strong." Shadow easily dodges Rhino's attack, also managing to cut him with his sword on his right arm. As usual, people become more predictable when they are prey to their emotions. "That was just luck," Rhino said as he attacked Shadow, but Shadow dodged the blow and proceeded to cut him in the chest. Rhino took a few steps back from the attack and used his charge attack on Shadow again. However, Shadow dodged it again and used the shadows to trip him, causing Rhino to fall against a wall, passing through it and revealing a second break room with other guards watching the sports festival. "That boy, that Midoriya guy, is now fighting someone else, a boy with bandages. That means they're at least in the second round of the tournament. I have less time than I thought." Shadow turns around to leave, but Rhino grabs his leg. "You're not going anywhere," Rhino said and then threw Shadow against a glass wall and threw it so that he then fell to the ground. "Make this easier and give up already." "Unfortunately, that is not possible," Shadow said and then got up and attacked Rhino with his sword, but he defended himself with his horn. Shadow continued attacking repeatedly with his sword while Rhino defended himself with his horn. In the last clash both began to struggle, but Rhino, thanks to his physical strength, managed to push Shadow so that he crashed against the wall and his mask fell off. "All right, let's see who you are," Rhino said and then was surprised to see that behind the mask there was nothing, just a hood with darkness. What's really happening is that Shadow is covering his face with shadows so that if at some point his mask falls off, like now, they can't see his face, and it could also cause surprise to his rivals, like now, something that Shadow can take advantage of and will take advantage of. When Rhino is surprised, he lowers his guard and thanks to that, Shadow uses his shadows to grab his sword, which he had dropped, and stab it into the back of Rhino's knee. When he feels the sword piercing his knee, Rhino lets out a groan of pain. Shadow quickly takes his mask, slides between Rhino's legs, pulls his sword out, and, already a good distance from Rhino, stands up and puts his mask back on. Despite the pain, Rhino gets back on his feet. "You will pay for that." Rhino charges at Shadow again, although this time slower and limping from his wound. This time Shadow doesn't try to avoid it, instead he gets into position to attack with his sword. "If I hit the right spot." Rhino attacks with his horn and Shadow attacks him with his sword, colliding again, but this time it is different. Shadow puts more force into his attack and to Rhino's surprise, his sword manages to cut his horn. "All my previous attacks were aimed at weakening the horn structure so I could cut it off with a single blow." My horn," Rhino said in surprise and then fear, then his expression changes to one of fury. "You bastard." Rhino attacks Shadow with several punches but Shadow dodges them easily, then drives his sword into Rhino's palm, then spins around to stab Rhino 3 times in the back. "Fear makes you lose strength," Shadow said as he created a giant hand of shadows and with it dragged Rhino through 2 glass walls and slammed him against a concrete wall. The hand of shadows splits into 4, immobilizing Rhino's hands and feet. "We could have avoided this, but you left me no choice." "I'm sorry, forgive my life," Rhino said. "Unfortunately, that is no longer an option," Shadow said as he plunged his sword into Rhino's chest and then sliced his chest open, killing him in the process. Rhino's body falls to the ground before the watchful eyes of some scientists who just stare in disbelief at what happened. Shadow looks in his backpack and takes out the container with the test tube. It is broken. It broke during the fight. Shadow looks around and his gaze meets that of one of the scientists. "I need King Cobra venom," he said. "Follow me," one of the scientists said. "Really?" another one asked. "Do you have a better idea?" the first scientist said as he enters the labs. Shadow follows him. The scientist takes out another test tube and hands it to Shadow. "Here you go, King Cobra venom. I don't know what you want it for and I don't want to know either," he said. Shadow takes the test tube and after verifying that it is what he is looking for, he turns around and leaves the laboratories and then the building itself. However, when he leaves he is greeted by the police pointing several weapons at him. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way, your choice," one of the police officers said. Shadow looks around. There's nothing he can do to escape, and trying to fight won't work. "This is why I don't do missions during the day," Shadow thought as he raised his hands, but then a gas began to cover everything. "This gas. I see, toxin." Shadow takes off his mask, his face still covered by shadows, and from his backpack he takes out a respirator with a filter, and puts it on. "What the hell is this?" the policeman said, and suddenly everyone except Shadow starts coughing, vomiting and fainting. Shadow looks around. A whistling noise catches his attention. Shadow makes out a hooded person carrying a giant hammer. Shadow approaches this person. "You are here, Toxin," he said. "You were taking longer than usual," the now identified Toxin said. Her voice is that of a woman, but, like with Shadow, her voice lacks any emotion. "I was sent to make sure the mission is accomplished, with or without you." They both begin to walk away from the place. By the time more police and other heroes arrived, they were no longer there. Shadow and Toxin arrive at an alley where they meet with the hooded person who gave Shadow the assignment. "You took longer than expected, Shadow," he said. "There were setbacks, a professional hero appeared. I was forced to fight," Shadow said. "I assume fighting was the only option," the guy said through the mouth in his hand. "Correct. I also had to get a second sample. The first one was destroyed during the fight," Shadow said as he hands the test tube to the guy. "With this we already have 3. the guy said and then gave the test tube to Toxin. "Give this to him, Shadow. You're coming with me. We have a new assignment. It's simple and requires no effort." "Understood," Shadow said. After delivering the sample, "Meet with Flora. I need you to locate the next sample," the guy said. "Understood," Toxin said and then left. "Come on, Shadow, we have to go to the exchange place," the guy said. "Understood," Shadow said and then followed the guy. Meanwhile, at the sports festival an explosion occurs on the platform. Everyone is attentive to the result. The smoke and dust disperses revealing 2 people. The first is Izuku, who has his shirt completely destroyed, has several bruises and wounds on his body, is breathing heavily and has his rival on the ground. The other person is Sensoji, who, like Izuku, shows several signs of fatigue. His shirt is burned, he has a few bruises and some slight burns on his body. He tries to get up but Izuku has him pinned down on the ground. "Damn it," Sensoji said. "I give up." Sakino has given up, Edgeshot said. The winner of this round and also the winner of the first-year sports festival is Izuku Midoriya. The stadium erupts in cheers as Izuku lets go of Sensoji and offers his hand. Sensoji stares at Izuku's hand, then smiles and takes it. Izuku helps him up and then raises Sensoji's hand and they both greet the crowd. This made them cheer even more at such a display of sportsmanship. "That was awesome. I knew Izuku was going to win," Natsuo said. "What do you think, Shoto?" That was awesome," Shoto said excitedly. Natsuo smiles and then turns to look at Fuyumi. "And what do you think?" he asked, but then his expression changed when he saw his sister's face. "Forget it, I think I know what you think." Fuyumi finds herself looking at the platform, more specifically at Izuku's exposed chest, all while her face is flushed and a line of blood is running down her nose, although she tries to cover the latter with her hands. "So divine," she whispered. "So handsome." Shoto stares at Fuyumi and then turns to look at Natsuo. "Is she okay?" he asked. "Yeah, don't worry, she's just daydreaming about her boyfriend," Natsuo said. "I see," Shoto said. Meanwhile, Endeavor looks at Izuku with a maniacal smile. Yes. You're the one. You'll be the one to surpass me in all might. Let Shoto do whatever he wants. Izuku, you'll be the one who makes my dreams come true, he thought, his ambition and desires returning to full force again. The fireworks go off. On the podium there are 3 people. In third place is Hana. In second is Sensoji, who has several bandages on his body. Finally, in first place is Izuku, who also has several bandages on his body and a new shirt. Everyone, please give a big round of applause for our podium, Present Mike said. Our referee, Edgeshot, will proceed to hand out the medals. Edgeshot approaches Hana. Young Yoshida, congratulations on achieving third place, but I hope you aim higher next year, he said. You got it, Sensei, Hana said. Edgeshot now approaches Sensoji. Young Sakino, your tenacity and strength have allowed you to get this far, but something tells me that second place isn't enough for you, he said. I always aim high, but I lost fair and square, Sensoji said. Next time I'll be on top. Edgeshot nods and then turns to Izuku. Young Midoriya, congratulations on your victory, but I hope this doesn't stop you from improving, Edgeshot said. Never. I may have won, but that doesn't mean I'm the strongest or the best. My classmates certainly became stronger, and if I want to keep my position I'll have to become stronger too, Izuku said. Well said, Edgeshot said before addressing the audience. With this, we conclude the sports festival. I hope, as always, that it was to your liking. One last time, let's give a big round of applause, not only for our podium, but also for all the students who worked hard and gave their all. For the last time, the stadium was filled with applause, thus concluding the sports festival. Unknown place. A hooded man walks through the halls of a place. By the size of the man you can notice that he is someone robust and strong. The man walks until he reaches what appears to be an altar. The most distinctive thing is that the room seems to be surrounded by a giant stone snake. The hooded man kneels in front of the snake's head. High Priest, I have come to inform you of our progress, the guy said. First of all, the reason why I'm reporting instead of. I'm aware of that. Another voice said. The voice is thick and deep, but it has no hint of emotion. The voice is empty, devoid of any emotion. I was the one who sent him that order along with Shadow. Tell me, how are things going? We have acquired a new specimen, our third, of the King Cobra, the Russell Viper, and the Philippine Cobra, the hooded man said. Any progress? The voice asked. Yes, I've managed to mix the 3 samples of the poisons, but I'm still missing a stabilizing agent, so I'll need a test subject, the hooded man said. You'll have it, I'll take care of it, the voice said. You will have all that is necessary. I also need more samples of the base substance, the hooded man said. I will send them to you along with the test subject, the voice said. Anything else to report? Toxin and Flora are already looking for the location of the 4th sample, the hooded man said. Good. The voice said. Keep me updated. Understood, High Priest. After the busy event of the sports festival, classes resumed after a few days of rest, days in which Izuku effectively rested, literally doing nothing these days. At this moment Izuku is on the train heading to Ua. Izuku watches the news on his phone. Pro hero Rhino was killed. This is bad, he was just starting his career, Izuku thought while reading the news. Then someone taps him on the shoulder. Excuse me, you are Izuku Midoriya, right? A person asked him. Yes, he said. I knew it. You were the winner of the first year's sports festival. You were amazing. You were first place in all 3 events. From now on I'm your fan. Izuku feels overwhelmed by the sudden horde of people surrounding him and congratulating him. Luckily for him the train arrived at its destination. Thanks, but this is my stop. Izuku quickly gets off the train and heads to Ua. Give it your best, hero. 1A classroom. Izuku enters the classroom where there are already several of his classmates. It was intense, don't you think? Daichi asked Aiko. Yes, several people recognized me on the way here, Aiko said. A lot of people congratulated me, Hana said. It's obvious, you came in 3rd place. You said. I could have gone further if I hadn't been eliminated in the 2nd round. You and me sister. Emi said and then noticed Izuku. Just look, 1st place has arrived. Izuku says hello and joins the conversation as Best Jeanist and the rest of his classmates arrive. Within a few minutes everyone is in the classroom. Alright guys, we have a special activity today, but first, I'd like to congratulate all of you for your performances at the sports festival. Best Jeanist said. Special thanks to Midoriya, Sakino, and Yoshida for making the top 3, but you all still deserve a round of applause. Kaoruko raises her hand. What are we doing today, Best Sensei? She asked. As you know, the sports festival serves as a way for the heroes to see future sidekicks to recruit for their agencies. That's why after the sports festival we have the internship period. The heroes send offers for one of you to intern with them. Best Jeanist explained. What makes me happy is that all of you managed to get hero internship offers. Really? That's great. Our effort was worth it. Yes, that's great, but before we continue there's one issue we need to address. Best Jeanist said as he begins to hand out whiteboards and markers. It's time for you to choose your hero name. Finally, about time. I have the perfect name. Your hero name is a representation of the type of hero you want to become. Best Jeanist said. You must choose well or you will regret it. You have 10 minutes to think, then you will come forward to present your name. I will be in charge of verifying whether the name is good or not. My hero name, Izuku thought. I have the perfect one. The 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Okay, it's time to start. Awada, why don't you go first? As class representative, you should set an example. Best Jeanist said for Kaoruko to come to the front. Well, I couldn't think of anything else, Kaoruko said and then showed her name. I will be Bubble Girl. Short and describes you and your quirk. It's good, I approve it. Best Jeanist said. My turn. You said and then went to the front. The Mountain Hero, MT. Lady. Approved. The Aerial Hero. Airjet, Daichi's name. Alright. Fire Fist Hero. Anima, Renjiro's name. Good one. The Fluffy Hero. Toy Toy, Hana's name. Friendly. Very good. Bandage Hero. Kido, Yukihiro's name. Good name Kido. Blasting Hero. Mr. Blaster, Sensoji's name. That's good. Enigma. Emi's name. Mysterious. I like it. Serious. Aiko's name. Approved. The last one is Izuku. I'll be the Blaze Knight. Firestorm, Izuku said. That's perfect. Approved. Beast Jeanist said. And that's all of you. Good, now I'll deliver your offers. You have all this week to decide where to do your internship. Decide wisely, a bad internship is not something pleasant. Best Jeanist gives out offers to each student. The longest list of offers is Izuku's, for obvious reasons, followed by Sensoji and Hana. There are too many, Izuku said to himself, but when he noticed the first name on the list the decision was already made. Endeavor. I don't need to see anything else. It's not a very big list, but I'm glad to think I managed to stand out, Kaoruko said. Alright, it's decided, Emi said. I'll go with Ingenium. Did you get an offer from him? That's cool, Daichi said. I'll go with Selkie. I got an offer from him, Aiko said. It seems that several have already decided where to go, Renjiro said. What about you, Izuku? As if I had to decide, Izuku said while pointing at Endeavor's name. Do you have an offer from Endeavor? Renjiro said, calling everyone's attention. Endeavor, the number 2, wow, that's great, but it makes sense, Kaoruko said. Your quirk is similar to his and you managed to finish first in all the events. Still, getting number 2's attention, that's great. Lucky you, Hana said. I'm envious, you said. Well, you can envy later, it's time for your next class, Best Jeanist said. Blaze of Glory Opening 2. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen Opening 2 Vivid Vice. In a dark room illuminated only by a window, a snake slithers into the window and then looks straight ahead. Ibutsu na shuen ni mukit afuru. Izuku is seen along with the rest of his classmates walking in the halls of UA, probably going to class. Inochi no Hyuman Choryoku ga. A hooded guy is seen smoking a cigarette through his mouth in the palm of his hand, all while watching people pass by on the street from the top of a building. Haratsumeta. Endeavor is seen observing the city from the top of a building. Harisaketa. Then a girl with a yellowish-green fire hair is seen walking through a crowd of people with a serious face. Fudo shita fugaten no sake fuchidote. Izuku is looking at the horizon with a neutral expression. Kaoruko and Renjiro pass by him greeting him. Izuku with a smile follows them. Gecko shita fukashi no honsho ga kenzai ka shitiku. Class 1A is in the middle of a class, listening attentively to the lesson of their teacher teaching the class. The scene changes to Best Jeanist finishing reading his book and closing it. Shigare sauna suna no yui tada. Two more hooded people, one carrying a giant metal hammer, are in the middle of a forest back to back. Yurirasanu yu ni hisomaru ka. Two more hooded people are sitting at a table, each one at one end, while they look at the plans of something on the table. Ichi ka bachi ka kakanukaru ka. The city can be seen in a shot that focuses on it in its entirety, then the shot changes to focus on a burning building. Sentakushi nanti wana ni miru. The hooded person who was smoking throws the cigarette on the ground and then the shot changes to a shot where Shadow is, who raises his head and quickly draws his katana. Fumades. A small flame falls to the ground creating a large fire, then the shot changes to a white-haired woman looking through a window. Sono ho wo. Fuyumi is then seen walking alongside Shoto whom she is holding by the hand. Natsuo is then seen watching something through his window at night. Mo Madoranai Konranzai Kukai wa Shinai. Suddenly Izuku, in his hero suit, is seen running on the roofs of a building. The fire-haired girl follows him and shoots a fire arrow, created from her hair, at Shadow on the roof of the building in front. Genjutsu wo Kate Mizuru. Izuku is then seen attacking Shadow with a fire punch. Shinjitsu ga Tado Zenkoku demo. Shadow backs away to dodge both attacks, but Izuku still chases him. Then, as a memory, Class 1A can be seen doing class activities, then a photo of Izuku with his family and finally the Todoroki family playing with a ball in the yard of their house. Somat Yuku disaster Hidaika Shita Sumi wo Shukuen Tanajukit. Izuku is then seen fighting Shadow trying to dodge his katana attacks, then the girl with fire hair joins the fight helping Izuku in his fight against Shadow, even so Shadow is very skilled at managing to fight both at the same time. Kakanukaru tada koa wo o yu ni. Then Kaoruko, Sensoji and Renjiro can be seen doing their internships with their respective heroes. Gitai se muju na tone. Izuku prepares a fire punch to hit Shadow, but the scene cuts to showing Endeavor breathing out a bunch of fire, then Izuku along with Kaoruko and Renjiro walking towards the train station. Katai shite fujo na gong. We again see Izuku attacking Shadow but the scene is again interrupted by two people bumping fists so that everything then goes back in time at high speed until we return to the beginning with the snake in the window. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Cafeteria. After classes. I still can't believe Endeavor sent you an offer. Renjiro said. I guess I got lucky. Izuku said. And what about you? I'll go with the Buster Union. Sensoji said. I heard Present Mike was part of that group. Izuku said. I'll go with Black Belt. Renjiro said. I still don't know. Kaoruko said. I'm between Master Driller and this guy, Sir Nighteye. Wait. Did you say Sir Nighteye? Izuku asked. Yes, why? Kaoruko asked. That's All Might's former sidekick. Izuku said. Really? Kaoruko asked. Yes, they were partners until they separated. Izuku said. I didn't know that. I thought All Might's only sidekick was Professor David Shield. Kaoruko said. Yes, Sir Nighteye was mainly in charge of logistics while All Might was in charge of the action and being the visible face. Izuku said. And how do you know that? Renjiro asked. My sister is probably the biggest All Might fan. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew what color his underwear was. Izuku said. So, she's like that, Kaoruko said. Yeah, Izuku said. Well, in that case I guess I'll go with Sir Nighteye, Kaoruko said. Teacher's Lounge. Look at that, Best Jeanist said. My kids have already chosen where to do their internships. Is that so? Edgeshot said. Mine are still choosing. Renjiro Takahashi will go with Black Belt, Best Jeanist said. With him he will be able to improve his hand-to-hand combat, Edgeshot said. Aiko Honda will go with Selkie. With her quirk she will be very useful to him. Emi Aoki will go with Ingenium. Interesting choice, her quirk will be very helpful to Ingenium. Sensoji Sakino will go with the Buster Union. It's a good place for his abilities. Hana Yoshida will go with X less. A distance attacker can help her a lot. Yukihiro Kato will go with backdraft. A hero specialized in rescues and support will benefit him greatly. Yu Takayama will go with, oh, the Pussycats. The group of 4 heroines. That's a relatively new one, right? Yes, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Best Jeanist said. Now, Daichi is going with the Fly. A rather underrated hero, but good at what he does. Kaoruko Iwata will go with, wow, Sir Nighteye. All Might's former partner. Huh, good for her. And finally, Izuku Midoriya with Endeavor. He managed to get the attention of number 2, huh. He definitely won the lottery. Endeavor is probably the best, or one of the best heroes you can learn from. Best Jeanist said. Your boys were really ready. Edgeshot said. Yes, but taking time to decide is also a good idea. Best Jeanist said. I just hope they don't regret having decided so quickly. We'll see. Edgeshot said. Train station. A few weeks later. Okay guys, do you all know where to go? Best Jeanist asks. He is with his students at the train station. All of them are about to head to their respective internships. Yes, okay. Remember that while you'll be wearing your hero suits, you can only put them on under the direction of your supervising heroes. Best Jeanist said. You also have to behave yourselves. You are representing UA. Yes, Best Sensei. Perfect. You can go now. Best Jeanist said. Izuku says goodbye to his friends and boards his respective train to head to his destination, the Endeavor Agency. After traveling for a while, Izuku finally arrives at the agency. He is about to enter but someone shouts. You, the one with the green hair, you're from UA, right? A girl with hair made of fire yelled at him. Why yes, I'm Izuku Midoriya and, Izuku said but is interrupted. You're late. The girl said. Yeah, it's not my fault, you know. I don't control the trains. Izuku said. You're messing with me, huh? The girl said and then smiled. I like you, I'm Mokami-ji, I'm from UA too, 3rd year. Nice to meet you, Mo-senpai, Izuku said. Call me Burnin. Mo said. And by the way, you're not late, I was just trying to intimidate you. Oh, I see, Izuku said. Come on, we don't want to keep Endeavor waiting. Mo said then guided Izuku through Endeavor's agency. So, Burnin senpai is a 3rd year, Izuku said. Yeah, that's right, Mo said. So, do you already have your provisional license? Izuku asked. No, Mo said, feeling discouraged. I failed the 2nd test, damn it. I see, at least you can try again this year, right? Izuku said. And I won't fail, Mo said. The good thing is that Endeavor knows what I'm capable of, and I have their permission to act when necessary, without them giving me permission every time. That's good. Izuku said. Well, we've arrived, go ahead, he's waiting for you. Mo said as she opened the door and let Izuku in. Izuku enters the room to meet Endeavor. You're finally here, I've been waiting for you, Firestorm, Endeavor said. Thanks for accepting me, Izuku said. There was no one else I was interested in coming but you. Endeavor said. But that doesn't mean you already had your spot secured, your performance at the sports festival was what made me make the final decision to send you an offer. I'm glad it was that way. Izuku said. I don't want things handed to me on a silver platter, I want to earn them. Endeavor smiles and gets up from his desk and then approaches Izuku. That's the right attitude, in my agency things are earned. Endeavor said. You'll surpass me, you'll surpass All Might, I'll make sure of that. Surpassing you in All Might. That's hard, but if you believe I can do it, I won't let you down, Izuku said. I know you won't, as long as you follow my instructions and my guidance you will go very far, Endeavor said. You will be the next number 1. I'll do my best, Izuku said. Good, now let's go, it's time to train and learn how to be a real hero, Endeavor said. You will be my masterpiece. I didn't know Endeavor had so many expectations and confidence in me, Izuku thought. I won't let him down. Endeavor and Izuku leave the office. Burnin, you are coming with us, Endeavor said. Yes sir, Mo said. Firestorm, do you have your suit? Endeavor asked. Yes. Izuku said. Put it on, You're now at my agency, and while you're here as an intern, I'll turn you into an exemplary hero, Endeavor said. Yes, Izuku said, and then went to change into his hero suit. Elsewhere, Kaoruko arrives at Sir Nightaye's agency. Upon entering, she is greeted by a person with a centipede head. You must be the intern from UA, he said. Why yes, I'm Kaoruko Iwata, my hero name is Bubble Girl, Kaoruko said. Nice to meet you, I'm Centipeder, Sir Nightaye's assistant and sidekick, Centipeder said. Now follow me please, I'll take you with Sir. Centipeder carries Kaoruko through the building, until they reach a door. Important note, always remember to knock before entering. Sir doesn't like people walking into his office out of nowhere, Centipeder said as he knocked on the door and then entered the office. Sir, I'm bringing the UA intern. In the room there is a tall, lean, muscular man with sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair is always worn, smoothed down, and parted to his left, and was dark green, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. His eyebrows are also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wears and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. His looks give off a sense of authority and power, as he rarely smiles and looks stern, and he always appears to be glaring. Unusually for a pro hero, Nighteye appears to prefer plain office clothes, a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt, and a red tie with white dots, instead of an elaborate hero costume. Nighteye stares at Kaoruko. Kaoruko looks somewhat intimidated by the man's gaze. Nice to meet you. I'm Kaoruko Iwata, Bubble Girl. Thank you for accepting me, she said. Sir Nighteye continues looking at her for a few more seconds. Welcome to the Bubble Girl agency. I'm Sir Nighteye. Tell me something, Nighteye said before getting up and turning on the light. Do you like All Might? Kaoruko looks around. The room is filled with All Might merchandise on the walls. That's a lot of merch. This guy must be a fan of that kind, Kaoruko thought. Yeah, I like All Might. In fact, I have a picture with him. Nighteye raises an eyebrow. Is that so? He asked. She managed to catch Sir's attention. That's good, Centipeder asked. Kaoruko takes out the photo she took with All Might. Yes, he was invited to one of our classes and we took a picture with him, she said. Nighteye looks at the photo for a few seconds and then at Centipeder. Centipeder, show Bubble Girl where she's going to stay, have her change into her hero suit, and bring her here. Yes sir, follow me Iwata-san, Centipeder said. Why yes, Kaoruko said. He likes you. Well done, Centipeder said. Really? It didn't seem that way, Kaoruko said. Sir is always very serious and stoic, but you will learn to read him, Centipeder said. I hope so, Kaoruko said. Welcome to the Black Belt Agency. Pro Hero Black Belt welcomes Renjiro. Thank you so much for accepting me, Renjiro said. I'm Renjiro Takahashi, Onima. Nice to meet you. I like your attitude, kid. I feel like we're going to get along really well, Black Belt said. I'm going to help you improve your combat skills. I'm ready to learn, Renjiro said. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help, coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild pussycats, the group of 4 heroines said. I'm Mandalay. Mandalay is a young woman with brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs going across her face. Mandalay wears a red version of the Pussycats' hero costumes, and as part of her costume, she draws red markings beneath her eyes, which resemble cat whiskers. I'm Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob is a woman with blue eyes, and long blonde hair that's mostly combed back save for her bangs. Pixie Bob wears a light blue version of the Pussycats' hero costume. She draws 2 blue dots on her cheeks whenever she wears it. Her costume also includes a tinted visor that she uses with her quirk. I'm Ragdoll. Ragdoll is a young woman of medium height with long, emerald green hair and big round yellow eyes that are almost always open all the way, with 3 small eyelashes located toward the top of each eye. As a part of her costume, she draws pink marks on her cheeks that resemble whiskers and a pink circle around her right eye. Ragdoll sports a yellow version of the Pussycats' hero costume. And I'm Toiger. Unlike the other members, Toiger has a less feminine appearance, more muscular and robust, but still has feminine features. Her hair is short and black. Toiger wears a brown version of the Pussycats' hero costume. Yu claps at the presentation. That was cool, she said. That was amazing. Thanks, we spent all day practicing it, Ragdoll said. Welcome to our agency, Mandalay said. I'm ready to learn, Yu said while imitating the Pussycats' poses. I want to be more striking. Okay, let's get started then, Pixie Bob said. Welcome, Ingenuum said to Emmy. I'm glad you chose me for your internship. On the contrary, thank you for sending me an offer, Emmy said. All right, Enigma, I'll teach you everything I know about being a hero, Ingenium said. I will also help you improve your skills. Thank you, I'm ready to learn, Emmy said. I like that attitude, Ingenium said. While it's important to address problems, it's also important to ensure that those who are safe don't endanger themselves, Backdraft said. Yes, we don't want more people to put themselves in danger, Yukihiro said as he walks next to Backdraft. Exactly, that's what's called crowd control, Backdraft said. At the Buster Union we don't make things complicated, the hero Bukomi said. It's enter, defeat the villain and finish the mission. Your quirk is perfect to be part of us, the hero Kanganer said. You just need to strengthen it. Sensoji smiles. I knew I made the right decision, he thought. I'm ready. Taking advantage of your quirk to take advantageous places to patrol is not a bad idea. Always try to have the largest field of vision possible. The fly said to Daichi. Both of them are on top of a building. Cool, Daichi said as he looked at the city. He is in Hosu. Welcome, it's a pleasure to have a new member, even if it's temporary, Selkie said to Aiko. I like your suit, it matches my people perfectly. A pleasure working with you, Aiko said. There's no need to be so serious, Selkie said and then made a kawaii pose. We can be cute too. That's cute, Aiko thought. Acting quickly is important, but we also have to know how to think quickly. X-Less said to Hannah. Acting without thinking can have negative consequences. Hannah is listening. Yes, that makes sense. Learning to think and act quickly can save you from a lot of trouble, X-Less said. Yeah, got it. Hannah said. Izuku finishes putting on his hero suit. He is ready to learn everything he can from Endeavor. Taking a breath, Izuku gets out of the changing room, ready for everything that comes in his internship. However, he was not prepared for what was coming. Rescue, evacuation, and containment are the three main pillars of this agency, Endeavor said as he, Burnin and Izuku patrol the city. Many agencies only focus on two of these. We do things differently. Here we always do things differently, Mo said. As a hero you can't afford to stop and do other things. A second that you stop is a second that someone could be in danger, Endeavor said. But, don't we also need to rest? Izuku asked. Don't be confused, there's time for everything. Obviously you have your moments to rest, eat, recover from a fight, Endeavor said. What I mean is that when you are working, don't get distracted. Use the time that an interview can take to save another person in danger, to catch another villain. Don't waste time on trivialities and focus on your work. Basically we make the most of the time we have to work, Mo said. I see, that explains how you've managed to get the most cases solved, Izuku said. If you're going to be number one and surpass All Might, you can't afford to waste time, Endeavor said. Understood, Izuku said. He keeps saying I'll be number one. Does he really have that many expectations for me? At that moment, Endeavor notices out of the corner of his eyes, several police patrols chasing a truck that is clearly fleeing. It's time for a practical demonstration, Endeavor said as he jumped off the bridge they were on. Burnin, you know what to do. Firestorm, just watch this time. Endeavor uses his fire to propel himself and reach the vehicle. Mo uses her hair to follow Endeavor. Mo Kamiji aka Burnin. Quirk. Blazing hair. Mo's quirk allows her to grab her fire-like hair, which she can pull off in chunks, and throw at her enemies, as well as grant her flight. Mo throws several pieces of fire at the vehicle's tires, melting them. Then Endeavor lands in front of them, stopping the vehicle in its tracks by using his flames to avoid flying away when hitting the vehicle. The driver and passenger exit the truck. *T. It's Endeavor. Both point their weapons at Endeavor but they are destroyed by a pair of fireballs from Mo. Don't forget about me, Mo said before knocking down the two villains with fireballs. Just then, a guy covered in rocks comes out of the back of the truck and tries to attack Mo from behind, but Endeavor gets in the way and knocks him down with a fire punch. Too easy, he said. Blaze of Glory Opening 2. Song. Jujutsu Kaisen Opening 2 Vivid Vice. In a dark room illuminated only by a window, a snake slithers into the window and then looks straight ahead. Ibutsu na shuen ni mukit afuru. Izuku is seen along with the rest of his classmates walking in the halls of UA, probably going to class. Inochi no Hyuman Choryoku ga. A hooded guy is seen smoking a cigarette through his mouth in the palm of his hand, all while watching people pass by on the street from the top of a building. Haratsumeta. Endeavor is seen observing the city from the top of a building. Harisaketa. Then a girl with a yellowish-green fire hair is seen walking through a crowd of people with a serious face. Futo shita fugitaten no sake fuchidot. Izuku is looking at the horizon with a neutral expression. Kaoruko and Renjiro pass by him greeting him. Izuku with a smile follows them. Gecko shita fukashi no hansho ga kenzai ka shitiku. Class 1A is in the middle of a class, listening attentively to the lesson of their teacher teaching the class. The scene changes to Best Jeanist finishing reading his book and closing it. Shigeru sauna suna no yui tada. Two more hooded people, one carrying a giant metal hammer, are in the middle of a forest back-to-back. Yurirasanu yu ni hisomaru ka. Two more hooded people are sitting at a table, each one at one end, while they look at the plans of something on the table. Ichi ka bachi ka kakanukaru ka. The city can be seen in a shot that focuses on it in its entirety, then the shot changes to focus on a burning building. Sentakushi nanti wana ni miru. The hooded person who was smoking throws the cigarette on the ground and then the shot changes to a shot where Shadow is, who raises his head and quickly draws his katana. Fumades. A small flame falls to the ground creating a large fire, then the shot changes to a white-haired woman looking through a window. Sono ho wo. Fuyumi is then seen walking alongside Shoto whom she is holding by the hand. Natsuo is then seen watching something through his window at night. Mo Madoranai Konranzai Kukai wa Shinai. Suddenly Izuku, in his hero suit, is seen running on the roofs of a building. The fire-haired girl follows him and shoots a fire arrow, created from her hair, at Shadow on the roof of the building in front. Genjutsu wo Kate Mizuru. Izuku is then seen attacking Shadow with a fire punch. Shinjitsu ga Tato Zankoku Demo. Shadow backs away to dodge both attacks, but Izuku still chases him. Then, as a memory, Class 1A can be seen doing class activities, then a photo of Izuku with his family and finally the Todoroki family playing with a ball in the yard of their house. Somat Yuku Disaster Hideka Shida Sumi wo Shukuan to Nadzuketi. Izuku is then seen fighting Shadow trying to dodge his katana attacks, then the girl with fire hair joins the fight helping Izuku in his fight against Shadow. Even so Shadow is very skilled at managing to fight both at the same time. Kakanukeru tada koa wo oyu ni. Then Kaoruko, Sensoji and Renjiro can be seen doing their internships with their respective heroes. Gite se muju na tone. Izuku prepares a fire punch to hit Shadow, but the scene cuts to showing Endeavor breathing out a bunch of fire, then Izuku along with Kaoruko and Renjiro walking towards the train station. Katai shite fuju na gong. We again see Izuku attacking Shadow but the scene is again interrupted by two people bumping fists so that everything then goes back in time at high speed until we return to the beginning with the snake in the window. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Thanks for the help, Endeavor, one of the police officers said. Yeah, whatever. Endeavor said. I'm just doing my job. Endeavor. A Quirk interview please, a reporter said. I don't have time for, Endeavor said but stops when he sees Izuku arrive. That was great, Izuku said. Fast, clean and no collateral damage, that's why you're the best. And who is he? A new intern? The reporter asked. If I'm not mistaken, he's the boy who won the first-year sports festival. Endeavor was going to send the reporters away, but this could be a good opportunity to give him a boost. He thought. His name is Firestorm and he'll be the one who surpasses me in all might. I'll make sure he succeeds. Oh wow, will we have the new Endeavor among us? The reporter said and then turned to Izuku. Any comments? Izuku gets nervous when all this happens suddenly. What's going on? Why, I see, it's a test, he thought. I'd love to be able to give my opinion, But I want to focus on my internship, so I'm sorry but there are things to do. But we just need your opinion, we want to know more about you, the reporter said but is interrupted by Endeavor. You heard the kid, we have work to do, Endeavor said before turning around and starting to leave. Burnin', Firestorm, it's time to go. Without further ado, the trio leaves the place to continue patrolling. So, successor, huh? Mo said to Izuku. I don't think it's exactly that way, Izuku said. But I'm glad to know that Endeavor has such high expectations of me. High expectations are an understatement, Mo thought. More like impossible expectations. All right, Firestorm, Endeavor said. Get ready, it's your turn. They both look where Endeavor is pointing and see that a guy just stole a girl's purse. Go ahead, Firestorm, you're allowed to act. As soon as Izuku heard that, he shot out towards the thief. Mo was about to follow him but was stopped by Endeavor. Let him take care of this, Endeavor said. Izuku launches himself into a burst of fire, pinning the thief to the ground. I got you, Izuku said. Don't butt into other people's business, brat. The thief said something very strange happened. His mouth opens abnormally and the thief emerges, leaving his body as pure skin. Goodbye, idiot. What the hell? Izuku said and suddenly the skin left behind caught him. I'll take care of this, Mo said but is stopped again by Endeavor. Let him figure things out, Endeavor said. Izuku quickly releases fire from his body, causing his skin to come off. Then he throws a fireball knocking down the thief. Izuku approaches him. You know, exhibitionism is also illegal, Izuku said before knocking out the thief and taking the girl's bag. Here you go, miss. Izuku returns the bag to the girl. Thank you, the girl said. Izuku smiles and then, along with Endeavor and Mo, they hand the thief over to the police. For your first time you did well, Endeavor said. Thanks, Izuku said. But good is not enough, Endeavor said. The criminal almost got away. You need to make sure whoever you're catching can't escape, preferably knock them out. Isn't that a bit excessive? Izuku asked. It's better than the criminal, or worse, the villain, getting away, Endeavor said. Well, you're right on that, Izuku said. As I said, for your first time you did well. I don't expect you to be perfect the first time, just that you do better the next time, Endeavor said. Okay, we've wasted a lot of time, let's move on. Lunchtime has arrived. The three of them are on top of a building while eating their lunches. The day has been quite busy. Just from when they started until before lunch they took care of 15 crimes, 12 of which were simple crimes and 3 of them were with full-blown villains, although small-time villains. Then on the way to lunch they stopped 5 more crimes. Speaking of efficiency, Izuku thought while eating his lunch. How the hell do you not burn your mouth? Mo asked Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Really? Mo said. With all those hot spices you put in your lunch, that thing is inedible because of how hot it must be. It's not that bad, Izuku said. Also, I like spicy food. Oh yeah? Let me taste. Mo said as she tried some of Izuku's food, only to instantly regret it. This is too spicy. Or maybe you can't stand anything, Izuku said. You're crazy. Now you're going to tell me you like Hellfire Cola, Mo said. In fact, yes, it is my favorite drink, Izuku said, but I like the original version better. What? Mo said. Finally someone appreciates the drink, Endeavor said. You two are crazy, Mo said. After lunch, and after stopping 5 more crimes along the way, the 3 returned to the Endeavor agency. Okay, that's all for today. Burnin', you can rest. Firestorm, come with me, I'll show you where you'll be staying, Endeavor said. See you, Mo said. Tomorrow is training day, Endeavor said. I know, Mo said before leaving. Training day? Izuku asked. It's basically what you heard, Endeavor said. Tomorrow is a day dedicated solely to training. And what about the crimes? Izuku asked. Any hero can take care of what we did today, Endeavor said. If there is an emergency, we will know and, if so, we will act. I see, Izuku said. This is where you will sleep. Endeavor shows him a room. The room is simple, it is small but with enough space. It has a bed, a television, a small desk and a place to put clothes, in addition to having a small bathroom. Not bad, Izuku thought, and, after taking a shower and changing into his sleepwear, shorts and shirtless, he goes to sleep. Unknown place. Shadow and the hooded man arrive at the indicated place. The place is dark and poorly lit by a few spotlights. You finally arrived. A voice said. That voice would have filled anyone with fear, but not them. They are not prey to their emotions. In front of them, sitting on a throne of rocks, is a tall person, dressed in an elegant dark blue suit, shoes of the same color and a white shirt. His skin is light, his hair is white and short, his eyes are white and reflect nothing. On his face there is a smile that would intimidate anyone. Tell me, what does the Snake Society want with me? The hooded man takes a USB out of his pocket. We have our part of the deal. I hope you keep yours, he said. Are you threatening me? The man asked. No, it would be suicide to threaten the self-proclaimed Demon King, All for One, the hooded man said. The man, now identified as All for One, stares at them and then smiles. I always keep my deals, but first. All for One extends his hand. The hooded man hands the USB to All for One. Our research on how to create artificial quirks, he said. It is not complete, several data are missing to complete it. I hope you're not lying to me, All for One said. What would we gain by lying to you? The hooded man said. I know, and besides, I can tell when someone is lying to me, All for One said. Very well, who will be the lucky one? Shadow. The hooded man said, and Shadow takes a step forward. All for One grabs Shadow by the face. A quirk that allows you to manipulate shadows, something weak but useful. I have the perfect quirks to complement it. All for One said, and then his eyes shine. I can only give him 2 quirks or I risk damaging his mind. That's fine, it would be bad for us if that happened, the hooded man said. After several seconds, All for One releases Shadow and he falls to his knees. It's done, I recommend that he rests so his body gets used to the new quirks, All for One said. Understood, it'll be done. The hooded man said as he helps Shadow get up and let him lean on him. This concludes our negotiations, we proceed to leave. A pleasure doing business with you, All for One said while looking with interest at the USB that was given to him. Next day. Izuku is in the agency's training area. He is generating fire while trying to create a sphere of fire, not a normal fireball. A perfect sphere of fire without imperfections. It is quite difficult. In this attempt things are going well. Until the sphere explodes in his face. Not again, he said to himself. It's the 5th time already, right? Endeavor asked. Yes. It's harder than it looks, Izuku said. I still don't understand why I do this. So you can learn to mold your fire, to give it shape, Endeavor said. But I can already shape my fire, Izuku said while creating a fireball. See? Anyone can create a fireball, Endeavor said while creating a fireball just like Izuku's. The difficult thing is to mold the fire to create something more complex. Endeavor takes the fireball in his hand and it turns into a fire arrow. Ignited arrow, Izuku said. This is the first step in learning my techniques, from ignited arrow to prominence burn and flash fire fist. Endeavor said. Learning to shape and control your fire is the key. Wait, does that mean you're going to teach me your techniques? Izuku asked excitedly. That's the idea, yes, but I won't teach you anything if you don't master the basics first, Endeavor said. So get to work. Yes sir, Izuku said and then tried to make a fire sphere again. Sir Nightaye's agency. Sir Nighteye is reading some papers that Kaoruko gave him. They are some test reports. Good, very good, he said. The information on the test situations is well done, good job. Thanks. Kaoruko said. Now we'll see how you do with a real situation, Nighteye said before getting up from his chair. It's time to patrol. I'll want a patrol report by the end of the day. Yes sir, Kaoruko said. By the way, the boy who came first in the sports festival, do you know him? Nighteye asked. Midoriya. Yes, he's my friend, Kaoruko said. Well, it seems your friend is already famous, Nighteye said and then turned his computer screen and showed a video to Kaoruko. The next Endeavor is already among us. Asterisk the person in the video, who appears to be from the news, said. Asterisk the other day we ran into Endeavor and saw they had a new intern. Asterisk a picture of Izuku, in his hero costume, appears. This guy is Firestorm and at first glance he doesn't seem like much, but this is what Endeavor had to say about him. Asterisk. Asterisk, his name is Firestorm and he'll be the one who surpasses me in all might. I'll make sure he succeeds. Asterisk. Those were the words of Endeavor, who seems to have found his successor. Asterisk, the guy of the news said. We tried to interview the new Endeavor but we didn't get anything. The guy seems to be very focused on learning from his mentor. What a great example. Asterisk. Asterisk, I'd love to be able to give my opinion, but I want to focus on my internship, so I'm sorry but there are things to do. Asterisk. Asterisk, what a responsible guy. We'll still be keeping an eye on all his exploits with the new Endeavor, so stay tuned. Asterisk, the guy of the news said. Asterisk, now, in other news. Nighteye turns off the screen. The next Endeavor? Kaoruko said in surprise and disbelief. I wouldn't pay much attention to that. The news tends to exaggerate things. Nighteye said. What is clear is that Endeavor has high expectations on that boy. High expectations are an understatement, Kaoruko said. Yes, that's true. Surpassing all might. That's impossible. At least until what I saw in my vision happens. Nighteye thought. Anyway, we have to patrol. But they aren't the only ones who saw the video. News of the next Endeavor is already spreading around Japan. This is something undisturbed, the robust hooded person said. I agree. Endeavor never gave any indication that it was looking for a successor. Another hooded person said. This time it was a female voice, indicating that it was a woman. He realized his age and wants to make sure someone inherits his agency. A third hooded man said through a mouth in his hand. Even so, this doesn't affect us. If we continue like this, our plan will be completed before the boy graduates. Doctor, how are things going? Flora and Toxin found the fourth sample. The robust man, now identified as Doctor, said. Perfect. Once Shadow recovers I'll send him there, the other hooded man said. With the new quirks he has now he can fight without problems, the woman said. He will be ready, we're very close, the first hooded man said. Failing has never been an option, but doing so at this point would be a disaster for our plans. We've hidden ourselves well so far, but I doubt we'll have to reveal ourselves anytime soon. The world is not ready to know about the existence of the Snake Society, the woman said. It doesn't matter, when our plan is finished, the hooded man said, then took off his hood, finally revealing his appearance. He is a man with shaved hair. On his face you can see signs of old age, wrinkles, and dark circles due to lack of sleep. His clothing consists of an open purple jacket revealing his bare chest as well as his tattoo of the head of a snake showing its fangs on the right side of his abdomen. He also has gray pants with several rips on the knees, purple and white boots and a glove on his right hand. He keeps talking, but he keeps doing it through his mouth in his hand. Everyone will be part of the Snake Society. It'll be done. Doctor said and then also removed his hood. The doctor is a tall, robust man. He has long blonde hair that reaches down his back. His hair is styled to resemble a lion's mane. His eyes are obscured by a shadow and therefore cannot be seen. He has even more marks of old age on his face. His clothing consists of a black suit with a red tie and gray undershirt, red shoes and red gloves. It'll be done. The woman said to also take off her hood. She is a young woman, no older than 28 years old. Her hair is messy and half short, barely reaching her shoulders, purple, clearly dyed, with a turquoise blue lock. Her skin is pale, her ears are pointy and her most striking feature is the pair of horns that come out of her head. Her clothing is simpler than the others, consisting of a yellow top, purple cargo pants and black boots. It'll be done. The first guy said, back with Izuku. One more time, Izuku said and then gathered fire in his hands. This fire begins to gather and join together to slowly begin to form a sphere. This time I won't fail. It won't explode. It won't. The fire continues to gather until after a few moments a perfect sphere of fire is found in Izuku's hands. I did it. Endeavor, who has been watching Izuku this whole time, also took the time to finish some paperwork, is slightly surprised. It took me 3 days to mold my fire. It took him less than a day. Endeavor thought before smiling. Great work. I'm surprised you were able to do it so quickly. I really tried hard, Izuku said and then the sphere exploded. Now what happened? Endeavor can't help but laugh lightly. This also happened to her when she was training. This also happened to Toya. When she was still alive, this thought made him frown. He quickly pushes that memory to the back of his mind to focus on the present. That's why it's time to train so that your body automatically maintains the fire's shape, Endeavor said. For now, you have to concentrate on maintaining the fire's shape. You have to train your body to do it on its own while you focus on other things. I see, Izuku said. All right, what do I have to do now? You have to get your body used to shaping fire, Endeavor said. Simply repeat the exercise, but each time try to focus on other things. This will allow your body to take care of things on its own. Understood, Izuku said to continue his training. While Izuku trains, Endeavor stares at him, but for a few moments Izuku is replaced by a girl with straight white hair. Toya, did you say something? Izuku asked, bringing Endeavor out of his hallucination. No, I'm just thinking out loud. Keep training, Endeavor said, and Izuku continues training. What's happening to me? I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.